titled Women and Writing, Women in Writing, organized by the Department of English in collaboration with the Internal Quality Assurance Cell of Kidderpore College. I request the convener of this program and head of the Department of English, Dr. Shunanda Mukherjee, to deliver the welcome address. Ma'am, Shunanda ma'am. Ma'am, you have to unmute yourself. Unmute the microphone.
Yes, I'm sorry I got delayed by a few seconds by some backstage work. Respected Srimati Joshudhara Rai Chaudhary, Guest of Honor, Dr. Ananya Dattagupta, Associate Professor, Department of English, Vishwa Bharati, Dr. Abhijit Ganguly, Principal, Kidderpore College, Dr. Shudokhina Sarkar Roy, Coordinator, IQAC, Kidderpore College, colleagues, and dear students. I wish you all a very good morning. It is with intense pleasure that I welcome you on behalf of the Department of English and the Internal Quality Assurance Cell, Kidderpore College, to this International Students webinar. The pandemic has caused an explosion in reconstructions of various kinds: cultural, social, economic, political, technological, spatial, and relational. This has yielded consequences both of convenience and inconvenience. The spatial and temporal flexibilities accorded by such reconstructions have made this event possible. All inter-college events that the department had organized in the past saw a limited participation of students only from colleges and universities in and around Kolkata. The virtual platform, however, has helped us expand greatly. Extraordinary circumstances have created this uncommon opportunity of having participants and presenters from all over India and abroad. We have been inundated by abstracts of papers. Thanks, students, for your enthusiasm and toil. In fact, my phone continued to ring ever since we made the call for papers, and I was delighted to hear the young, energetic voices make endless queries relating to submissions for the webinar. Finally, we had to revise our plan and include a second day to accommodate more presentations, our sole motive being to offer students a much required platform to express and exchange and thereby stimulate each other. I hope you return from this webinar enriched, your ardor enhanced. I am in eager anticipation of some very interesting presentations, followed by a lot of brainstorming in the upcoming sessions. We are also planning a publication on this theme, the details of which shall be shared with you in due course. I welcome you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. May I now request the principal of Kidderpore College and the chief patron of today's program, Dr. Abhijit Ganguly, to share his thoughts with us.
Thank you, Dia. First of all, I want to pay my thanks to all of my faculties of Department of English to invite me in this prime occasion of this webinar named Women and Writing, Women in Writing. Either writing worth reading or do something worth writing is a common maxim. But is there anything worthier than writing? I think nothing is there. Obviously, there is no doubt about it that writing is a very good habit. And here first I want to say something about those inspiration of writing and how it moves on. We have to write down so many things in so many time throughout our life. When we need to write a letter, in our teenage, it was the time of self-discovery. Too many feelings of love, lust, wondrous sensible imaginations have come together, putting our mind into the hands of those beautiful dreams like a blossom. When we started to write down our autobiography, commonly at our old age, then those imaginations and compassions have come again in front of our view. Now she wants to take our hands into her own grips and tells us, like a whispering breeze, that I was there, everywhere, always with you, and with those of your surroundings that have passed on throughout your life with too many colors and tunes. Thus, the series of those odd syntax of teenaged letters become fulfilled into the most mature and most powerful feelings at the end. Indeed, the life is a combination of some blank pages of time and incidents. If we deserve some taste of writing for self and others, and really want to create something from that supremacy of mind that we deserve as a human being, then it can form that kind of action or achievement that may outrun from those of very insignificant existence where you always feel to belong. A good writer or a good writing always speaks that what I was, what I am, and what I want to be. As the process of learning is endless, that can be gathered into our little brain and mind by reading a book, seeing a sculpture, or any kind of good human, or any piece of work that can attract our mind, then our mind, our heart wants to speak on. Those imaginations and inspirations are tried to convert into some compositions. I think basically, if there were no components of imaginations, there were no creations like writing. Writing is a speechless speech over the blank pages and the most wonderful expressions of human civilizations. I also think if there were no good writing that preserves the countless feelings and thinking of our conscious and subconscious, there were no creation, no generation, no nature, no beauty, and no God at all. God is so beautiful as we made him like that. The other important aspect of the title of our 2 days international students webinar named Women and Writing, Women in Writing is women. We know that pain is mightier than sword. And when a pen is driven by a woman to build up some scripts or to draw a painting on a canvas, for those changes or corrections which are very much necessary for a better society towards a newer world, then it forms a bigger thought indeed. Especially in the field of literature, art, and culture, we have got so many beautiful ideas and tiddy thoughts from women by crossing the potty and prehistoric conceptions of so called gender discriminations that we are enough mature to discuss and conclude on those right now. It has truly said that women are the name of inspirations, imaginations, and the power of all creations that can beautify us from the inner space of our mind. So many women have born in this earth, and by the essence of their devotions towards beautiful writings, we came to know our nation, our environment, our world, our science, our philosophy, and all those humanistic attitudes for which we feel pride forever and ever. Their speechless speech unto the humanity can never be explained by using a couple of words. In our country, the leading essayists like Yashodhara Bagchi, novelists like Suchitra Bhattacharya and Anita Desai, the creator of Zigzag Way, non-fiction writer like Urboshi Butalia, advertiser like Anuja Chauhan, the writer of those pricey Thakur girls, the tale about women's sense of belief, screenwriter like Ismat Chugtai, the inventor of lifting the veil, short story writer like Gauri Deshpande or Shoshi Deshpande, journalist like Shobha De, scientist and science fiction writer like Shukarna Datto, and many more annotated their story of success like men. Women authors have been far and few in between, which is travesty because women weave the narratives unbridled. Those are not only flowery with soft narratives, but also built with those of grit, resilience, fierceness, and ambition. Those writings are too much nearer to that precise intensity and rawness that might be a delight to ravage the cruelty made by men. Lastly, I want to mention about those two books very favorite to me. The first one is Interpreter of Melodies, an international bestseller by the author of The Namesake Stories by Jhumpa Lahiri, who was the winner of famous Pulitzer Prize, and the book is still visible at the pages of various social media including Instagram. It's one of the brilliant account of diaspora or diasporic literature and meddling of conventions of contemporary life. In my point of view, it's one of the best instances of women in writing where the women's love and tragedy were so beautifully expressed. And the second one that I remember is the autobiography of Kalpana Chawla named The Age of Time. Though it was not written by herself but by her husband, Jenny Perry Harrison, is a work of peace of unbelievable dare to dream. Chawla, the Indian astronaut of NASA, is no more with us, but she is that woman who are still alive in our heart on writing by her beloved. I pay my hearty thanks to Dr. Sunanda Mukherjee, HOD, Department of English of my college, for choosing such a beautiful topic and beautiful title indeed for this 2 days international students webinar organized by Department of English in collaboration with IQAC Kidderpore College. My heartfelt thanks to the IQAC coordinator, Professor Sudokkhina Sarkar Rai, members of the department, Dr. Sonali Sarkar, Professor Sushmita Ghosh, Professor Diya Banerjee, and Professor Orushargo Banerjee, along with technical guide Aniket Bardhan and Orithro Bosu. In this occasion, I also want to pay my thanks to the honorable guest of today, Dr. Ananya Dattagupta, Associate Professor, Department of English, Vishwabharati University, Shantiniketan. As I have heard, so many abstracts have been submitted from different corners of our state, different corners of various colleges and universities, including foreign universities. And I think the upcoming sessions are going to be very interesting. I pay my hearty congratulations to the distinguished audience, respected teachers and scholars, along with students from the different parts of our country and abroad gathered here. And I think our webinar will get a grand success with full of admiring comments in YouTube also in near future. Thanks a lot. Thanks you all.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, the coordinator of IQAC is unwell and she's not been able to join us today. She has sent us a message Sharko Banerjee to share that with us. Oh, Sharko, you need to unmute yourself.
Thank you, Diyadi, for the opportunity. Respected Dr. Obhijit, our guest of honor, Dr. Ananya Dattagupta, Associate Professor, Department of English, Vishwabharati Shantiniketan, our young speakers from all over the world, the participants, including faculty, research scholars, and students, my dear colleagues, and the it is an honor to be a part of this international webinar on women and writing, women in writing. English in collaboration with the IQAC, Kidderpore College. Literature abounds with examples where women are not allowed the freedom of thought backseat. Their thoughts are dictated and controlled by men. They have their emotions since time immemorial. This is not a typical of a single country or a region, but of the entire world, because it was a man and made history. Women were portrayed as helpless creatures who could not do a thing without the stamp of male approval. If they did, it was after a fierce, often uneven battle, which left them bruised and battered. They won some, lost many. Interestingly, this has been true also of countries which have been hailed as democracy for the rights of the common man. It would be pertinent to mention here that women, too, have had their share of glory confines of home. The torchbearers of human civilization have always been men. They fought, clamored, and led the have been failures have also been recorded, but there have been men's. But that was neither welcomed nor approved. Compatriots, the latter were numerically insignificant. Women have traversed many grounds and have ventured in the domain of man, leading to uproars and protests because women were not meant to be heard. Women were supposed to stifle their emotions and subdue their feelings so as not to tilt the balance in a society ruled by men. I am sure this 2-day international webinar attended by all over the country and beyond will illuminate minds, enabling us to get a glimpse of their thoughts, hopes, aspirations, and most importantly, their dreams of a world where everybody, irrespective of all man-made differences, enjoy the freedom of expression in the truest of the term. With these few best, may the world itself may the world rid itself of the pandemic which has seized us, and let that day not be very to the world as we know it. Thank you.
Thank, thank you, Sharko. Thank you. We wish you a speedy recovery. It's our privilege to have as our guest of honor renowned poet Srimati Yashodhara Rai Chaudhary. With corrections, translations to the Kriti Bash Purushkar, the Anita Sunil Kumar Basu Sriti Purushkar, the Sahitya Setu Puraskar. She has also received the Borno Porichoy Sharad Samman, the General of India, and has served in Jharkhand, West Bengal, Assam, Orissa. see how seamlessly she has managed to traverse these rather two disparate realms of operation. I humbly request you, ma'am, to share your
Uh, uh, Professor Mukherjee,
Very good morning
can I?
to all.
I think,
Professor Mukherjee, are you
yes,
hearing? Uh,
yes,
due to an emergency meeting with Pro Vice Chancellor of Calcutta University, as I said you before, I
yes,
have
yes.
to I have to tell goodbye to all of you right now. But I think you
Okay,
will all enjoy the session till end. Please,
okay,
please give me the
okay,
permission. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
For being here.
Oh,
Joshadhara, ma'am.
Good
It's over
morning.
to you.
Yes. Good morning. Invisible?
Yes, yes, both.
Yes, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you for inviting me to this webinar, which in this time of pandemic, every other day we are having one webinar of this is a very serious and academic session where I have been invited. So I am really a little nervous and acting up in the morning. Please join here. আমি বাংলা and I hope nobody has a problem with that. আমি যেটা এই আজকের যে আজ এবং কাল জুড়ে যে ওয়েবিনার আপনারা অর্গানাইজ করেছেন সেই বিষয়টা আমার খুবই যখন প্রফেসর সুনন্দা মুখার্জি আমার সঙ্গে যোগাযোগ করলেন আমার মনে হলো যে এই বিষয়ের চেয়ে ভালো বিষয় আর হয় না এবং এই নিয়ে অনেক অনেক বলতে পারি কিন্তু আমার ধারণা যে আজকে আমাদের একটা টাইম কনস্ট্রেন্ট আছে এবং আমার ভূমিকাটাও তো ঠিক আমি তো পেপার পড়ছি না আমি কয়েকটা বিষয় শুধু ছুঁয়ে যেতে চাই কারণ বিষয়গুলো হয়তো আজ আর কাল দুদিনে যে অনেকগুলো পেপার পড়া হবে বা অনেকগুলো আলোচনা হবে তার সঙ্গে কোনো না কোনো ভাবে নিশ্চয়ই যুক্ত হবে আমি যে কিছুটা আমাদের দেশ বা বাংলার লেখালেখি সংক্রান্ত যেমন তেমন যেটা ইটস অ্যাপ্লিকেবল টু অল অফ আস অল দ্য ওয়ার্ল্ড উইমেন অফ দ্য ওয়ার্ল্ড আমরা জানি যে আজকের দিনে নারীর কাজ এগুলো দেখার একটা নতুন চোখ তৈরি হয়েছে আমাদের সময় যেটা সেই সময়টা আমাদের শেখাচ্ছে যে নারীর কাজ মানবী বিদ্যা চর্চা বলে একটা আলাদা যে ডিসিপ্লিন সেটা বিগত শতকের 70-এর দশক থেকে শুরু হয়েছে ফ্রম দ্য 70s onwards women studies has become a very big তো সেই একটা প্রশ্ন সেটা হলো যে একটা দ্বৈতবাদ পৃথিবীতে সবকিছুকে দুই ভাগে ভাগ করে দেওয়ার যে মানসিকতা আমাদের কলোনিয়াল হ্যাংওভারই বলুন বা বহুদিনের সঞ্চয় সেই জায়গা থেকে আমাদের সরে আসতে হচ্ছে এবং সরে আসতে হবে প্রতিটি দ্বৈতবাদকে প্রশ্ন করা হয়েছে প্রতিটি ডিকটমি প্রতিটি ডুয়ালিজমকে প্রশ্ন করা হয়েছে যেমন তার একটা বড় হলো নারী বনাম পুরুষ দুটোকে সম্পূর্ণ আলাদা দুটো বিষয় বলে ভাবা হয়েছে যেরকম বা জ্ঞাতা বনাম জ্ঞেয় এটাকেও সেইভাবে ভাবা হয়েছে আজকে স্টুডেন্টস আছেন তারা খুব বেশি করে আইডেন্টিফাই করতে পারে এটাকেও প্রশ্ন করা হচ্ছে এটাও একটা দ্বৈততা তো নারী বনাম পুরুষের দ্বৈততা এমনই মজার যে সেটার মধ্যে এগুলো সবই মিশে আছে মানে শাসক শাসিতের দ্বৈততাও নারী বনাম পুরুষে মিশে আছে কারণ শাসক নারীকে দেখতে আমরা অভ্যস্ত মানে একজন জানবে আরেকজনকে জানা হবে এটাও কিন্তু সেই দ্বৈততাতেই আবার মেয়েদের হচ্ছে মেয়েদের জানা হবে এবং পুরুষেরা জানবে মানে যাব কোয়েস্ট সেটা পুরুষের আর মেয়েদেরকে সেটা জানা, মানে পুরুষ পুরুষ হচ্ছে বিষয়ী, সাবজেক্ট, আর মেয়েরা হচ্ছে অবজেক্ট। এই যে সময় এসেছে, বহুদিন ধরে এ নিয়ে প্রচুর কাজ হচ্ছে, কিন্তু আমরা এটাও দেখব যে আজকের দিনেও দাঁড়িয়ে মানে কালচারাল স্ফিয়ার্স আমরা দেখছি একই দ্বৈততা কিন্তু চলছে, মানে এই দ্বৈততাটা কিন্তু শেষ হয়নি। মানসিক যে স্ট্রাকচারটা আমাদের, সেখানে কিন্তু এই একই জিনিস বারবার চলছে। যেমন আমাদের ছোটবেলায় একটা আমরা সংস্কৃত শ্লোক শুনতাম, তাতে বলা হতো যে স্ত্রিয়াস চরিত্রা দেবানা জানন্তি কুতো মনুষ্যা, মানে মেয়েদের চরিত্র দেবতা পারবে, মানে সবসময় মেয়েদের নিয়ে একটা কিউরিওসিটি, মেয়েদের জানতে হবে, মেয়েরা হচ্ছে সেই জ্ঞেয় আর পুরুষ হচ্ছে জ্ঞাতা। এবং পুরুষ প্রকৃতি নিয়েও যে ঠাট্টা ইয়ার্কি গুলো চলে সেগুলো তাই। এবং একই সঙ্গে বারবার উপমাতে ফিরে আসে, যেখানে সমস্ত অ্যাক্টিভ রোল পুরুষকে দেওয়া হয় আর ইনঅ্যাক্টিভ প্যাসিভ অবস্থাটা হচ্ছে মেয়েদের। যেমন কর্ষণকারী, কৃষিবিদ্যার সঙ্গেও মেয়েদেরকে জুড়ে দেওয়া হয়। পুরুষ কর্ষণকারী এবং মেয়েরা হচ্ছে ভূমির মতো কর্ষিত। তো এই যে সমস্ত একটা স্ট্রাকচার রয়েছে দ্বৈতবাদের, এটা যেমন আজকের একাডেমিক্স প্রশ্ন করছে, আপনারা একাডেমিকরা প্রশ্ন তুলছে, সাধারণ মানুষের মনে এগুলো গেঁথে বসে আছে। তো একজন মেয়ে যখন লিখতে আসছে, সে হয়তো নিজে ছোটবেলা থেকে যা কিছু বই পড়েছে, তার প্রথম বর্ণ পরিচয় থেকে শুরু করে তারপর তার যা কিছু পড়াশুনো, সে সেখান থেকেই তার অক্ষরের প্রতি ভালোবাসা জন্মাচ্ছে, তার শব্দের প্রতি ভালোবাসা জন্মাচ্ছে। সে লিখতে শুরু করছে, সে খাতা পাচ্ছে, কলম পাচ্ছে, তার আনন্দের জায়গা থেকে সে লিখছে বা তার, কিন্তু একই সঙ্গে তার ইনস্টিংক্টটা বারবার বারবার ভেঙে ভেঙে যাচ্ছে। কিভাবে ভেঙে যাচ্ছে? কারণ সমাজ তাকে বারবার তোমাকে নিয়ে লেখা হবে, তুমি কেন লিখবে, একটা আশ্চর্য ব্যাপার। এবং মেয়েরা ছোটবেলা থেকে কন্ডিশনড হচ্ছে এইটা বোঝার জন্য যে তার কোনো অ্যাক্টিভ রোল নেবার কথা নয়, এবং তার লেখালেখিটা একটা, মানে যে অ্যাক্টিভিটিটা, সেটা কিন্তু সাংঘাতিক একটা বৈপ্লবিক হয়ে যাচ্ছে তার জন্য। সে কিন্তু নিজের অচেতনেই একটা বিপ্লবের ক্ষেত্রে পা দিচ্ছে। এইটা আমার নিজের ধারণা, এবং এটা নারী লেখক যারা, মানে উইমেন ইন রাইটিং, তাদের প্রত্যেকের এই একই অভিজ্ঞতার শরিক তাদের হতে হয়েছে। বিকজ অফ দিস ইনর্মাস স্ট্রাকচারাল প্রবলেম, যে রোলটা নেবে বা পুরুষ মেয়েদের নিয়ে কবিতা লিখবে, পুরুষের চোখে মেয়েরা বর্ণিত হবে, তাই মেয়েরা নিজেদের কথা লিখতে পারে না। এবং নিজেদের কথা এই সমস্যাগুলো দাঁড়ায় যে সে কোন চোখ দিয়ে দেখছে। এই ক্ষেত্রে আমি বলবো যে আরেকটা তত্ত্ব আমাকে খুব উদ্বুদ্ধ করে এবং আপনাদেরও নিশ্চয়ই করে, সেটা হচ্ছে সিনেমা চর্চার ক্ষেত্রে লরা মালভের ভিজুয়াল অ্যান্ড আদার প্লেজার্স বলে 1973 যে প্রবন্ধ, সেখানে তিনি যে ডেফিনিশনটা করলেন মেল গেজের, এই ডেফিনিশনটা আমরা করে বুঝতে পারি। এবং চারিদিকে তাকালেই আমরা দেখতে পাই যে মেল গেজ কিভাবে ছড়িয়ে রয়েছে। এবং মেল গেজ যেটা করছে সেটা হচ্ছে পুরুষের দৃষ্টিতে নারীকে দেখা, এবং এই গেজটাকে ভাঙা খুব সোজা নয়। একজন নারী যখন লিখতে শুরু করেন তখন তিনি কি দেখছেন, ছোটবেলা থেকে সবকিছু পুরুষের জন্য রচিত এবং পুরুষের দ্বারা রচিত। কিরকম, একটা খুব সহজ উদাহরণ দিই, আমি জানি না এখনকার ছেলেমেয়েরা আদৌ পড়েছে কিনা, কিন্তু উপেন্দ্র কিশোর রায়চৌধুরী ছোটদের লিখেছিলেন, সেগুলোর নাম তখন, যেহেতু ছোট কথাটাকে ছেলে কথাটার সঙ্গে এখনো বলি ছেলেবেলা, যেটা পরবর্তীতে তসলিমা নাসরিন ভেঙে আমার মেয়েবেলা বলে একটি বই লিখেছেন, তিনি ভাঙতে চেয়েছেন এই ছেলেবেলা কথাটাকে। আমরা ছোটবেলায় যে রামায়ণ মহাভারত পড়েছি সেগুলোর নাম ছিল ছেলেদের মহাভারত, ছেলেদের রামায়ণ। প্রথম মেয়ে হিসেবে জীবনে একটা গল্পের বই পড়তে গিয়ে মনে হয়েছিল, তাহলে কি এটা আমার জন্য নয়, এটা কি মেয়েদের জন্য নয়? মেয়েরা কি পড়বে না? এবং সমস্ত ছোটদের গল্পের যারা প্রোটাগনিস্ট তাদেরকে আমরা দেখেছি ছেলে। অপু একটি বালক, তেমনি অসংখ্য গল্পে ফটিক একটি বালক, অসংখ্য গল্পে ছেলেরা হচ্ছে প্রোটাগনিস্ট। মেয়েরা কি অদৃশ্য? মেয়েরা কি নেই? এটা এক ধরনের মেল গেজের হিস্টোরির গল্প, তোমরা সবাই জানো, অনেকেই জানো। বলছি হিস্ট্রি, তার নতুন একটা টার্ম তৈরি করা হয়েছে, ফেমিনিস্টরা তৈরি করেছেন, হার স্টোরি। তেমনি এখানেও তাই। তো এই সমস্ত স্ট্রাকচারাল যে উপাদানগুলো আমাদের চারিদিকে ছড়িয়ে আছে, এগুলোকে ভাঙতে ভাঙতে আমার মতে একটি মেয়ে যখন প্রথম কাগজে কলম ঠেকাচ্ছে তখনই কিন্তু তার বিপ্লব শুরু হচ্ছে, তার প্রতিবাদ শুরু হচ্ছে। সে কিন্তু সংগ্রাম, এই সংগ্রামেরও অনেক গল্প আছে যেগুলো আশাপূর্ণা দেবীর লেখায় আছে। বহু মেয়ে আগেকার খাতায় লিখতেন এবং সেই খাতা লুকিয়ে রাখতেন এবং তারপর সেই খাতা ডিস্ট্রয় করে ফেলা হতো, অথবা ডিস্ট্রয়েড হয়ে যেত, অথবা রবীন্দ্রনাথ একই গল্প। একটি বউ, সে খুবই ছোট মেয়ে, 13-14 বছরের একটি মেয়ে, সে বিয়ে হয়েছে এবং তার খাতায় সে কবিতা লিখতো। তার বর অত্যন্ত উচ্চশিক্ষিত এবং তারা সবাই মিলে ওর খাতাটা খুঁজে পেয়ে এমন হাসাহাসি করে যে তার লেখাটা চিরদিনের জন্য বন্ধ হয়ে যায়। তার খাতা কি লিখবে, তারপর তার লেখাগুলো পড়ে উচ্চস্বরে হাসা। তো এই যে সমস্ত পলিটিক্সটা, এটাকে একটা পলিটিক্সই আমি বলবো, এবং লড়াই করি। এবং এই যে লড়াইয়ের হ্যাঁ, হার অ্যাকচুয়ালি ইজ আ ওয়াটারশেড মোমেন্ট, তাই না? 70s এর পরে সেকেন্ড ওয়েভ অফ ফেমিনিজম, তারা 60s এ লিখে গেছেন, সেকেন্ড ওয়েভ ওয়াজ ভেরি পাওয়ারফুল। আমাদের দেশে নারীবাদ এলো 92 সালে, যখন তসলিমা নাসরিনের নির্বাচিত কলাম পুরস্কার পেল, আনন্দ পুরস্কার। সেই সময় একটা জোয়ারের মতো প্রচুর নারীবাদী লেখা শুরু হয়। 50-এর দশকে কবিতা সিংহ যে লেখা লিখেছেন, সেই লেখা পড়লে আজও চমকে উঠতে। জার্মান গ্রিয়ারের যে কনসেপ্ট, আর কবিতা সিংহ যখন বলছে অমনিহে একা একা তোমার সমস্ত ভারতে যেরকম অজ্ঞাতবাসের সময়ে অর্জুন তাদের সব অস্ত্র শস্ত্র তারপর বিরাট রাজার দেশে গিয়েছিল, কেননা ওদের অস্ত্রগুলো দেখলেই লোকে বুঝে যাবে যে ওরা কারা। ঠিক একই রকম ভাবে মেয়েরা তাদের তুলে রাখছে, তাদের নারীত্বের যে পাওয়ার, সেই পাওয়ারকে সে দেখাতে পারবে না, কারণ পাওয়ার না। তাই তুমি সারাক্ষণ একটা অজ্ঞাতবাসে থেকে যাচ্ছ এবং সারাক্ষণ তুমি ন্যাকা বোকা বুদ্ধিহীনা এরকম একটা ভাব করে থাকলে মানে তোমাকে সবাই বাস্তব। কবিতা সিংহ সেই সময়, আমি সময়টা এক্সাক্ট ডেট অফ পাবলিকেশন অফ দ্যাট পোয়েম আমি হাতের কাছে নেই, কিন্তু সেটা কিন্তু ফিমেল ইউনাক বেরোনোর আগেই। সেখানে কবিতা সিংহ বলছেন যে এটাও একটা অজ্ঞাতবাস, সমীবৃক্ষে লুকিয়ে রেখে একজন অত্যন্ত মতো। কিন্তু একই কথা জার্মান মেয়েদের প্রতিটা শরীরের উপাদানকে এমন ভাবে বলা বা বিবরণ করা হয়েছে, যেমন ডাক্তারি টার্মসে করেছেন, যেমন করেছেন ধর্মীয় প্রচারকরা, সকলেই মেয়েদেরকে শরীরকে একটা অদ্ভুত দুর্গেয় জিনিস ভেবেছেন। ওম, ব্রেস্ট, আলটিমেটলি মেয়েদের সমস্ত থেকে সে বিচ্ছিন্ন হয়ে গেছে, সে এলিয়েনেটেড হয়ে গেছে এবং সে বলেছে কারণ তার সেক্সুয়ালিটিকে সে ধারণ করতে পারেনি, সে নিজেকে আবিষ্কার করতে শেখেনি। জড় ভরতের মতন without any sex unit। এই তো আমাদের বিভিন্ন লেখার মধ্যে আসে। আজকে হয়তো সেই, কিন্তু আমি এটা বলতে পারি যে আমরা যখন লিখতে শুরু করেছিলাম তখন না বুঝেই লিখতে শুরু করেছিলাম। I think many of the people are not understanding Bangla. I think should I continue with English then? I can do that. Basically, we had to reckon this fact that your writing is an act of revolution. Your writing is an act of protest. It is not that I am conscious. I am writing my mind. I am trying to express myself. And once I start expressing myself, I find that the society, my talking about my body, my talking about my love, my talking about my sexuality. The society wants to see women still to this day as an object of desire, as an object of. So the male gaze is very far-fetched, very ingrained in our thought. And prose, sometimes we give the same, we fall prey to the male gaze. We sometimes write like the male do, because that is also very understandable, because we don't, very few role models. Kobita Singh is a role model, or Ashapurna Devi is a role model, or Navani, few role models. And the biggest problem is that we started reading literature uh, from the male authors, and the male authors taught us how to write. And that will be the thing we will be copying, we will be emulating, we will be thinking only in terms of the male fantasies. So it is another big mold to break the male gaze, to break the male fantasies, and to start writing on your own, in your my own voice in women's writing. That itself is a big journey, and each of the women writers, if you ask them, they will corroborate the same fact that we struggle, and we we are so doubtful about our own writings, and we always think I'm not up to the mark, I'm not good, because you need constantly, you need the male appreciation or assertion of the fact that you write well. It's also another big bind where the male, if they praise you, then there will be people, it's not only male, but that you got that appreciation not because of your writing per se, but because of your personal relations, or you might have got some favor, some nepotism is there, you got a sexual favor, and that's why some senior male poet or a male writer has praised you. So we have all gone through all these things, and it's very alive till today, which was there in the 50s or 60s or 70s. So it is a continuous struggle, a continuous journey, and we never got out of it. So even today, we are essentialized as women. We are always talked about in terms of being a mother, being a keeper of the household. Say, then we say, okay, and she also writes. And whenever there is a talk about listing of writers, women are forgotten. That I can say with 100% surety. Any male writer, you ask him who are the major writers today, and they will enumerate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all male writers' names. Suddenly he may remember, if he's that sensitive, suddenly he will say, okay, and women are also writing. And then he will give another 2 or 3 names of women writers. But nobody include women writers in the first list. First, it doesn't come to his mind. And it is not that in music, in dance, it's different, because I remember Nabonita Debshen once pointed this out, that cinema, these have been mentally construct is there, that we been women, areas where women can tread, but writing, no, because it's an intellectual activity. So any woman who writes, she's an exception. She's she's just she's a different species altogether. So she may not get into the big league of the intellectuals of that culture. Talk about Hindi, talk about English. I am talking only about Bangla culture, but same must be true about everywhere, that if you have to include women, and I think this is always this is true about any other. If you talk to black writers, they will also feel the same. They will also say the same thing. If you talk to a Dalit writer, he or she will also say the same thing, that people forget, mainstream forgets about the existence of these writers easily, because we are the other. So it's very important to talk about this thing. So I again congratulate especially the English department of Kidderpore College and Dr. Shunanda Mukherjee for organizing this kind of symposium and webinar. I hope these 2 days are very fruitful to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. অস্ত্রশস্ত্র সমীবৃক্ষে তুলে রাখার দিন বোধহয় বদলাচ্ছে। পুরোপুরি এখনো সাকসেসফুল হইনি হয়তো আমরা, but we are on track. It has been a more fitting beginning to this webinar.
Thank you so much.
Before we move on,
I'll take leave from you then. Thank you.
ma'am, you can stay on with us.
Okay, but I have to attend my office.
Sure.
I would have loved to hear. I would have loved to hear, but I can join on these links and listen also, no? Later on.
Yes.
Definitely.
Until what time will it go on today?
This will go on till almost 3 today, until 2 p.m. tomorrow.
Okay, I'll join later then. Yeah, let me attend to some official stuff and then I'll join. Okay, thank you.
Before we move on to the academic sessions, let me list out a few instructions for all participants. Registered participants who have not been able to join us on Google Meet, you can links will be provided in the chat box. Question box both on Google Meet and YouTube. You are requested to write the name of the speaker to whom the question is addressed. If a direct verbal interaction wherein you can switch on your microphone and video and directly interact with the presenters. The feedback form will be provided in the chat box, both on YouTube and Google Meet, towards the end of each day's session. But the form will become active only after the completion of the webinar on the 22nd, which is tomorrow. Last but not least, do not unmute yourself or present or share your screen or switch on your webinar. On that note, I hand it over to Professor Shushmita Ghosh, Looking forward to an invigorating session of academic exercise. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Diyadi. Now we are going to start our first academic session. Before that, I'm delighted to announce that we have among us Dr. as our keynote speaker. She is the Associate Professor of the Department of English of Vishwabharati Vishwavidyalaya, a Felix Scholar, and a recipient of the Goethe Institute Scholarship. Her research interests are Renaissance studies, roots of 20th century existentialism and absurdism in the philosophy of Renaissance, the interface of literature and visual art, and many more. She's also a beautiful singer, by the way. I heard from Shunanda. So I request Dr. Datta Gupta to enrich us with her valuable words. Over to you, Dr. Datta Gupta.
Thank you so much for that very warm introduction, very generous, to say the least. My warm thanks to Dr. Shunanda Mukherjee and her bright young colleagues, whom it's a pleasure to meet, albeit virtually, and to the college, to the principal. It's an absolute privilege to be here, and I'm already getting what understand as imposter syndrome, speaking after Joshudhara Rai Chaudhuri, because well, my claim on this mantle is very, very negligible. Without further ado, let me launch into my deliberations today. Pandora Agonista, Unlocking the I, Me, and Us of Women's Writing. I have just a few slides to present, just to keep you visually occupied in case I start rambling. So if you'll allow me, it goes. Right. So you have the title there, and here come my my footnotes to them. I should begin by expressing how humbling it has been to be invited to carve and then turn a key to help unlock the Pandora's box called women's writing. Is my point of entry into, shall we say, a kind of creative anthropological unpacking. My first ever academic, after I'd completed my master's, had been on Mary Shelley's. In my blinkered preoccupation with the protagonist and antagonist, in whichever order you like to see them, Frankenstein and the monster, I'd forgotten to look at the real agonist, Mary Shelley herself, the real Pandora. Everyone knows about her. I'm talking about my own myopia. Today's talk brings me full circle, as it were, for it is not about Prometheus nor his alter ego, Epimetheus. To me, Pandora stands for the spirit of curiosity and probing. It's the desire to unbox, unpack, and deconstruct, without which no progress of discovery and exploration is usually located in masculine agency, predicated upon the idea of spatial mobility. Everyone here will remember the stirring concluding words of Tennyson's Ulysses, to strive to seek to find. Many of Ulysses naturally have segued in my co-participants to perhaps mute themselves for now. It would be most kind. Thank you so much. The mention of Ulysses, Penelope, as a contrapuntal exemplar of feminine genius in situ, but that would be a different conversation. Let me steer you instead towards a behavioral contrast presented by another dyad of primal man and primal woman. Prometheus and Pandora present the telling instance of the gendered reception of curiosity. Prometheus is hailed for stealing fire, undoubtedly a technology that affords the way forward for humanity, something comparable to one of the Infinity Stones in the last of the Marvel Avengers movies. On the other hand, Pandora is vilified for opening a box and releasing the kind of evils owed to a nightingale. Both, therefore, may be said to have gifted mankind complementary forms of knowledge, the one technological and existential, and the other ethical, political, civilizational, and my emphasis would be on civilizational. If we take note of the nexus between spatiality and discovery, Prometheus's transgression had entailed physical infiltration of divine spaces, while his punishment reversed that trajectory through everlasting confinement and torture, emphasis on confinement. Pandora, on the other hand, is prefabricated out of earth to act unthinkingly, or so Hesiod in Works and Days, where alone the story, as it were, figures, tells us. Once her scripted part has been served, her functionality, indeed her presence itself, is quickly erased, except for the posthumous trail of notoriety. Pandora, I submit, is the female pharmacon, the proverbial pre-conflicted Faustian self-mimesis around the quest for knowledge. Significantly again, Pandora and Epimetheus are both said to have suffered the stings of the escaping evils. In other words, she becomes a participant, an agonist, unlike the detached, remote, controlling Zeus. In Gaston Bachelard's seminal Poetics of Space, published in 1964 from Boston, I will have another there by Ruth Behar, and I would like to acknowledge my good friend Pallavi Banerjee for alerting me to this book. And I am somewhere taking on this role of the vulnerable observer. It's very interesting that both these books, Bachelard and Behar, were published from Beacon Press, Boston. Coincidence, but an interesting one for me. So in Bachelard's Poetics of Space, and in writings across feminist architecture, feminism that I may have had some kind of structured, systematic grounding in connection with my core Renaissance, literature of war. Name Elizabeth Gross and Mark Wigney for in particular, the idea of the spatiality of a house. The house here is the core structural unit of a community. This would go back philosophy to Cicero, Renaissance humanists after him, in terms of the idea of civitas. The home or house is the intended metonymic containment zone within the concentrically arranged walled units that culminate in the Aristotelian construct of the walled state. Walled, i.e., literally, symbolically, and metaphorically. This notion of the home, where domus stands for both, essentially as a walled space, a box, a cell, if you like, of containment for the female subject, is extended, as we know, to a moral spatialization of a home's interior, the bedroom, the boudoir, the kitchen, the pantry, or the anteroom, and the attic, which usually houses, a la Jane Eyre or White Sargasso the aberrant, deviant, rebellious specimens of either gender. The domestic architecture of moral containment engenders in turn a converse paradigm of disobedience and transgression, where when the notional woman strays or steps out of the walls of a house, of the neighborhood, and wherever applicable of the town or city. Allegorically speaking, Pandora's volitional lapse in the opening of the box is comparable to the house from. Juliet is an example. She's doing it from the balcony. Celia involved Charulata in both Tagore and Ray. The transgression entailed here is in a straying of the gaze, though the direction of that gaze had been a discovering one, an excavatory one, of finding without the stimulus for seeking within. So that's my take on that trope. I would submit that the house is a fortification not only of the woman's mobility, but also of her sensory experience, a means of restraining her gaze. The implied subjection of the woman not only to objecthood in the gaze dynamics, out in Laura Mulvey, requires careful unpacking, further unpacking, that is. Women may be seen only and passes through successive thresholds of access. Women too may only see, not just be seen, when a visitor enters. And I'm speaking, I know, in broad, pan-anthropological terms, but I guess there is a need for that in the keynote. Except through morally, and they may do so, they may see only or can be seen through morally discriminating and discriminated filters, paned or slatted window, the door, the inner courtyard, or in Western architecture, residential architecture, the balcony. For a very long time in Bengal, for instance, a woman lingering on the balcony was deemed idler. I think my mother is listening to me here, and she had shared an anecdote about her aunt having given the sobriquet to somebody, Baranda Shundari. I'd winced at that, but I still wince at the the idea of spending too much time at the balcony, even though I'm drawn to doing so. These stories reveal or betray an anxiety to rein in a woman's sensory agency, especially sight, in order to stem their, at least in part, their natural progression towards empirical knowledge and thence to choice. We are restrained upon desire. Rather, it's a means of augmenting desire and desirability and minimizing mutatis mutandis. This is not true of all cases. I'm not essentializing the particular, minimizing the female subject's scope for discerning empirical choice. Since this talk is about intellectual, imaginative, and creative practices by women, I'm concerned here with choice in respect of modes of knowing. I would like to submit here that all knowing is ultimately, ideally, androgynous. This is what the latter half of my paper will expatiate upon. And this is also at a core, I guess, tenet in Virginia Woolf's Room of One's Own, although I'm not exactly following after her. I'm approaching it more auto-ethnographically. This is my own, as it were, realization within myself. A combination of intellection and intuition, the empirical and the ratiocinative, a gaze in which the masculine, the quasi-masculine, which may not be equated with the male physically, and the feminine ways of seeing coalesce, come together. So please, in terms of the politics of my lecture, my talk, here, it's not divisive in intent. I'm not being divisive. I'm just being, if you like, militantly inclusive. How was Pandora to know what the box held? Why give her a box, if not to allow her the freedom to unclasp it? Or worse still, why precondition her to exercise curiosity, provide her with due fodder, and then condemn her for exercising it? To shut the box before letting out hope, while imputing to Pandora the blame for letting out everything except hope? Pandora's story is a case of male sovereign agency implicating itself in successive acts of entrapment rather than a straightforward act of female trespass. I would disagree, therefore, with Mary Wollstonecraft here, who puts a different kind of a rather, anxiety-driven spin on the story of Pandora. She's anxious to give women the place of the helpmeet. I think we need to look beyond that. We need to speak in terms of a different kind of bilateral partnership or equality, not just a one-way unilateral discourse of the woman being an adequate helpmeet. I don't suppose she's really departing from the Miltonic position as much as she would like us to believe. But then, salute Mary Wollstonecraft. She's writing in 1800, in the 18th century. I don't think I've progressed considerably farther from where she was and is. Of the agency of informed choice, either in opening or shutting the care. So another submission, it's a testament to her thinkingness that she's drawn towards opening it. Tragically, then, women are sometimes made custodians of secrets that have been inseminated extraneously rather than having gratuitously auto-generated them. Likewise, with Eve in Paradise Lost, whom Milton's verbal iconography reinvents as a Pandora. Eve is distanced from the unfolding discourse of creation between her consort Adam and Raphael, the divine messenger, and shunted off to talk to flora and fauna for a deferred. Both cases, Pandora and Eve, as in the archetypal image of the woman in the house in other cultures, agency for temptation and entrapment does not always or necessarily lie with the woman, as it is made out to be, but perhaps with a power play between the divine parter, certainly in the case of Pandora and Eve, between the divine parter and the diabolical male subordinate turned rebel, Satan. Both are outside of her. You will remember that Eve's initial impulse for spatial segregation from trust, in the Max Weber sense, herself, therefore, is the true Miltonic Protestant in that she prioritizes work over pure pleasure. So that's really the beginning of the fall, woman prioritizing work. If Eve had been prioritizing spatial displacement, shall we say, in the interest of work. If Eve had been duly warned of her tempter's credentials by being allowed into the conversation, she would probably not have been taken in by the sophistry of Satan. But no, she, like Pandora, is tempted at the level of her unnurtured nature, while Adam has been putated through messianic intervention. This exclusion of the woman from normative Christian messianic discourse is what may have created a compensatory trend of subaltern women claiming for themselves, the medieval autobiographer Marjorie Kemp onwards, inspirational, messianic, communicative powers. It, sometimes, as I said, wife of Bath has been systematically hogging the curricular limelight in traditional English reading. I think it's time for her to kind of accommodate Marjorie Kemp. The box given to Pandora, indeed any kind of box, there are the pots and the pan that populate quintessentially feminized space of the kitchen, the almirah, the pantry, then is entrusted to the woman for safekeeping. Think of the little koto of vermilion Hindu women are asked in emulation of the goddess Lakshmi to hold in their the anthropological coding in this habitus sense being that women are keepers of secrets, their entire biological functionality being predicated upon the ability to hold life in their wombs, in their persons. I would submit further, therefore, that the entire functionality of women, either biologically or oikonomically, in the Xenophonian sense of oikonomos, which actually is about the demarcation of space again, along the lines I've been talking about, for better administration of home and by turn of the state. This is founded upon, the entire functionality of women is founded upon the matrix of custodianship and surrogacy rather than not just surrogate mothers. In fact, all mothers are projected as surrogate caregivers, and their qualitative appraisal is gauged in terms of the disciplined timeliness of the act of release and renunciation. Mind you, not expulsion nor eviction. That is for the Frankensteins and the Prosperos of this world. My reading in Italian Renaissance alerted me to the initial mother as preparatory educator, who then turns the child over to the father or father figure for intellectual apprenticeship. I think the very construct of the box betrays the masculine conceptualization of the story of the box. Notably, Robert Graves testifies to the absence of the Pandora story in any text outside Hesiod, which incidentally was a major source for Milton's epic. My research in the iconography of the ideal Renaissance city after Helen Rosenau alerted me to Renaissance Italian humanists' anxious quest for the square, the shape square, and its evenly polygonal variants as the ideal geometrical alternative to the medieval staple of an encircled, round city. It set me thinking, and this is where my quasi-creative anthropology, cultural anthropological searchings kind of come in. It sets me thinking about the gendered credentials of the box as a container. Early etymology indicates interchangeability with the cylinder or jar, as Graves also vouches, mimicking the female womb. Today, though, the box has increasingly come to be reimagined, going by online dictionaries at least, as a four-sided contraption, also by Google image search results. This transition, I submit, is the equivalent of Renaissance humanists' transformative intervention in the theories of urban fortification and in terms of, the morphology of architecture somewhere. A conceptualization that entailed also parallelly regendering after the Reformation, the entirety of, the ecclesiastical establishment, in a way, by displacing Virgin Mary and giving centrality instead to God the Father and to Christ. Female custodians of boxes then need to be contained in turn in boxes so that their ability to absorb and contain does not end up threatening the exteriority of the free-willing subject. Fair enough. All hell breaks loose, though, when they either opt out of the responsibility or resist taking it on in the first place, or exercise exclusion and inclusion in terms of what they're going to put into the box and what they're going to leave out, in judicious exercise of such custodianship. I'm reminded here of Arindam Chakraborty's penetrating analysis in the essay, Amar Eghar Bohu Joton Kore, taking cue from that evocative Tagore song, Jyotsna Rate Shobai Geche Bone. I would like to acknowledge very many months back alerted me to this wonderful essay, and others in that collection, Bhat Kapoor Bhavna. I think it's a different collection. Sorry, but yeah, it's there. This essay is about women's inflicted and thence internalized compulsion to keep their homes in perfect order as they wait for their errant and sometimes erring menfolk. Errant, as you know, is the medieval word for wandering. The house then is that box too, which we are given to guard at the dispensation of the intermittently visiting male. Even the host is a male, is a visitor in that capacity. And then when the home begins to take on an autonomous entity and value of its own, threatening notionally is the operative word, to dispel or displace the visitors from their sense of control and ownership, then the custodian is made to feel aberrant, fixated, deviously, unlawfully proprietary, and so on. In other words, the male, anthropologically speaking, in a structuralist way, must inscribe his ownership in order that he may forestall and neutralize his own perceived fear of redundancy. I'm reminded here of both the fiction, and I'm slightly digressing from the Western, shall we say, canonical paradigm that I have been traversing so far, and have, fancifully perhaps, creatively moving on to a different cluster of texts. Incidentally, these are all Bangla texts. Leela Mojumdar's Podipishi Bormi Baksho, one of my favorites since childhood, which was incidentally made into an extraordinary film by Arundhati Devi in 1972. Besides, of course, Tagore's Monihara, part of Ray's Teen Konna, and Shishendu Mukhopadhyay by Aparna Sen in 2013. The first of them dies sole custodian of her chest of jewels. One comes back, the second comes back from the land of dead, Monimalika, to reclaim hers, and the third too undertakes a ghostly casket trial of sorts to select a worthy heiress. Incidentally, when small, the casket is a repository of jewels, a miniature treasure chest like the deep pigeonhole vaults or lockers tucked away in the recesses of Indian banking establishments where family heirlooms are stowed away. internet reading it as a synonym of the coffin, the sepulchre, the sarcophagus, suggesting in turn an interesting overlap of eros. I read Milton's, or I'm reading Milton's Allegorical as a reworking of Pandora's opening of the box. It is no wonder then that the rectangular or square box bequeathed to a Pandora or a Portia or a Monimalika. That's how Pandora is presented in the images that I could see, and very many canonical paintings as well. And so that male giving is deeply implicated in the giver's desire to engrave female curiosity by diverting and displacing it towards objects. It is a burial of sorts, a burial of their searching spirit, their need to know. No less in the 1611 King James Bible than in John Donne's Elegy 20, in hailing his mistress's body as, "Oh, my America, my newfound land," the sexualization of the act of knowledge acquisition not only renders, as we already know, as Yashodhara Rai Chaudhuri also pointed out right at the outset of her address, that the woman is reduced to a passive object of knowing sexually, intellectually, and geographically, in her metaphorical sense, as land or country or earth, but also renders her desire to know into a desire to know sexually. Much of women's reading and writing is sexualized. Intellectual forwardness is often misread as sexual forwardness. Each of the female custodians of boxes is perceived as fixated upon conserving or preserving possessions, at least nominally material, and subjected to comic or diabolical portrayal for their zealousness or slackness in doing so. Please recall the three texts that I was talking about. We know of the Freudian uncanny as a most subversive overlap of the homely and the alien, the familiar and the occult. Women's canniness, putatively, in these stories is reduced to their zealous guarding of their material possessions, where in actuality, in the more positive of the two stories, the material fixation is only a compensation for an irrecoverable affective void and occupational void. Even in Monihara, Moni's obsession with her jewelry is largely an endowment of her errant husbands, along with the actual jewels. The materialism imputed to her, like the box entrusted to Pandora, is a compensatory gift, even as it subsequently invites her as custodian, not as owner, to prove her custodial worthiness. Aristotle speaks of virtue as an act ensuing from knowledge, as will Milton in Areopagitica. Interestingly, any attempt on a woman's part to then claim the agency for knowledge acquisition is, generically speaking, there are always exceptions, and I would like to acknowledge, shall we say, male feminists for their contribution to the growing space of here. So, as I said, I'm not being divisive. So any, therefore, at least in popular discourse, is relegated to the domain of transgression. The cerebral nature of engagement required in the exercise of that custodianship, in addition to the instinctual and the physical, remains to be acknowledged. Yeah, probably that's where it should be, or maybe there. Well, it's right across Wollstonecraft's text, as most of you will recall. So please remember that custodianship itself requires a degree of intellectual preparedness, even in Xenophon's Oikonomikos. But please remember also that this is an inclusive practice, not an exclusionist one. Inclusiveness demands commensurate engagement with taxonomy and classification in the Enlightenment sense, in the Carlos Linnaeus sense of taxonomy, concepts associated with the Enlightenment knowledge system of disciplinary demarcation. What I mean is that synthesis as an analytical investment written into it. So even as a custodian, women need to analyze in order to synthesize. All these texts, like Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice, are interpretable in ways that confirm or question affirmative agency in women. You can read it either way. There have been some extraordinary readings. I, for one, was deeply influenced by Terry Eagleton's reading in Portia's angst and anger around money and ownership and inheritance in his book on Shakespeare. To me, though, the texts are implicated in another kind of reductionist anthropological stereotyping of the feminine as matter or material, something again that Yashodhara Rai Choudhury so ably drew our attention to. I certainly see a progressive entrenchment of this stereotype as a parallel trend in every successive phase of European social and cultural history, and therefore in our not so decolonized pronounced in Bacon's conceptualization of man's scientific intervention in nature, and in Milton's deeply troubled, as I've been showing so far, representation of Eve and other women throughout his notionally equalist oeuvre. Equalism is also a desire in men. It's a telos for them. They are trying to get there too, but that unleashes all sorts of conflicted self-contradiction as much in men, male thinkers, as in men. So we need to kind of we need to gesture towards that too. It is as though the entire dynamics of gender identity and gender relations was unfolding through a polemical mechanism of mutual resistance and counter-engagement. It is possible to say that misogynist writing and women's revisionist writing in resistance intensify in response to each other. For instance, the 17th century not only saw Bacon flagrantly deploying the mind-matter dyad in his clarion call for plumbing nature in the name of science, nature being matter, feminine, and science being mind, male, but also parallelly the emergence of the likes of Mary Roth, Catherine Phillips, Dorothy Osborne, who gets a lot of attention from Virginia Woolf, if you remember, and many other such female voices, Afra Ben, resting the onus of writing themselves in. Let me again do a bit of time travel in bringing in the counter discourse, or so it would seem, around Maitreyi in the Brihad Aranyok Upanishad. She was not only engaged in an equal intellectual partnership with her husband, Jaggobalko, as evidenced by the dialogue on the nature of love and souls, but also renounced the material bequest of her dying husband. She's at least in the Tagorean thoughtscape. So she renounces that material bequest of her dying husband, pure immortality for her. So jahate amrito nei tate amar ki proyojon. He acquiesces in her choice and passes the bequest over to his other wife, Katyayani. Having said that, there may be a tokenism in all this. I encountered only a Maitreyi in Radhakrishnan's 10 principal Upanishads. Conversely, since Teachers' Day this year, I've been exercised by the absence of any prominent female counterpart of Ekalabya or Ekalavya, shall we say. Ashapurna Devi's Protham Pratishruti is a case in point, and the sequels to it. Opening a book to read as well as opening a diary to write were acts comparable to Pandora opening a treasure chest of forbidden knowledge. The actual historical moment of this encounter between social delimitation, societal delimitation, and female resistance, active or passive, and the ensuing dynamics of female intellectual, cultural, social, and economic emancipation differs from continent to continent, people to people. I will submit that. It is absolutely important to do nuanced readings in the particularities of these experiential trajectories. That is where the politics of intersectionality, Chandra Talpade Mohanty and her thoughts after American pioneers in this line of inquiry becomes a major leveraging factor. And I'm sure the papers to be presented here will do just that. So let me congratulate the students who are due and scholars who are due to present. I have a lot to learn from you. An important disclaimer has long been going missing in this discussion. I know that I've been speaking in broad, mythic, structuralist paradigms, zooming in and out of texts from disparate historical time spaces in Jungian terms. I do understand that I seem to be time traveling from Greek myths to the Upanishads, from Shakespeare to Bengali literature and cinema, but then there's something to be had from such a methodology as well. So I'm trying to kind of unbox methodology too, particularly methodology in female writing, feminine writing. I shouldn't have used those words, women's writing, individual writings. One must know the metal of the wood to then cut and carve them into consummately intricate artifacts. I admit that somewhere my methodology in this essay is along the lines of creative anthropology, a creative engagement with the semiotics and semantics of the act of opening a box, and therefore with the boxness of boxes and the womanness of women successively opening them. As Robert Graves maintains, Pandora is but a variant, an avatar of Rhea and perhaps Gaia. And the jar she uncovered would have been a motive for the all-encompassing fecundity of the earth. Incidentally, Pandora literally means all-giving. If we unbox and unpack Pandora's coming into being out of the riches of the earth, we realize that the gifts Pandora is believed to have let out into the world are the inevitabilities of the terrestrial condition or earthly life. She probably only helped mankind give, to use an Americanism, a reality check. This is what Milton reworks into the idea of felix culpa, or the happy fall. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you. Just needed that reassurance because right. So she probably, as I said, Milton works that into the idea of the felix culpa, or the happy fall, to underline the ineluctable necessity of Adam and Eve's journey out of Eden into the human condition, where good and evil are equal choices for humans, for them and their progeny, now made aware by their first cataclysmic fall of the fact of successive choices. In Miltonic terms, not to have fallen is to have forfeited the ability to actually stand. That's somewhere a vindication of Eve and by extension of Pandora, intended or otherwise. The convener of this webinar, and now I go into the second part of my talk. The convener of this webinar surprised me the other day by inviting me to talk about, deliver the keynote here. The surprise stems in part from my struggle to place myself in the bracket of a woman writer, and more importantly, as a sufficiently self-aware woman writer who can engage with this function, position, and identity at a level that is both personal and political, experiential and theoretical. I say so because it means to write any modest definition or capacity, and to be seen in turn as one. These are three different realities and do not necessarily concur. I may not be seen as a writer when I'm writing. I may be seen as a writer when I no longer think I'm writing well enough. To begin with, my own reputation for writing is predicated upon a very, very loose cluster of texts across a spectrum of subjects, genres, and venues, and therefore the honor done to me is rather, premature. But I'm now looking to kind of build up a legacy, which is, an integrated legacy, which is diverse in form and methodology, but somewhere convergent in terms of the uniqueness of my gaze, my pulse, my intellect, the vulnerable observer, but I'm also at some level a knowingly autobiographical, phenomenological, writer. I write out of my experience. My writing, at its most natural, tends to emanate from the quotidian, from the everyday of my own existence. So it's deeply existential. So the fact that I value it, and this has been a learning experience in terms of, a trajectory of self-knowledge around how I write, as I experiment across genres, how I process my reading, my knowledge into different molds, so how I operate when I'm writing a poem, how I operate, for instance, now, when I'm talking, when I'm addressing, and what kind of an intelligence, as it were, that if at all, I bring to bear upon my readings. Is it a mystical one? Is it an intuitive one? Is it something nominally me, or is there something generically female or about it, or feminine about it? Feminine as a category that is available to both sexes. So I mean, what I'm getting at is that there's a lot of natural struggle and resistance within myself around this identity building as a woman as well as a writer, and I struggle within academic prescribed academically prescribed normative frameworks as well. I struggle to conform to to styles and to structures given for ideal foreign, article publications. Paradoxically, that is also that what makes me, my anxiety helps me, as it were, exorcise my methodological crises when I'm advising supervisees. I think I'm able to spot their areas of aporia and confusion, because I participant already undergone those problems. And I think in part my academic crises and my straddling of the academic and the creative is a crisis that is partly thrust upon me by the exigencies of the current academic system. It's just a systemic problem where I need my escapades, because I cannot, I don't seem to be always able to conform, even as I'm not going to be rewarded for my escapades, as it were. The very fact that I call it escapade is somewhere an endorsement of that rule exception, acceptable and unacceptable, the divide somewhere. So I'm perpetuating that by calling it an escapade. So ideally, therefore, I like writing phenomenologically. I write about lived-in experience, but this is also, as it were, a struggle to straddle more worlds than one. And I think somewhere one of an important submission I would like to make here is that this is ultimately a flawed colonial education system. I think men and women not alike to different degrees are shall we say, victims of this system. And therefore, even as we have been able to breach the glass wall, and I think we are writing and publishing, books that are more and more acceptable to Western academia in terms of form and methodology is all very well, but we need to question that, and we need to challenge that by adapting what I would submit to be a more personalized one, moored in our realities around us. I'm not always doing that in this lecture myself, but that's again my projected telos. We need rigor and intellectual honesty in research, but for that very reason, in order to factor in our honesty, we have to also look at our own situatedness, our own locus. We have to acknowledge where we are writing from. So it has to be an empathetic practice that looks both, with sympathy and empathy and compassion, both at the observer and the observed. So that's a point I wanted to make. And the other anxiety, which I also would like to bring to the fore here, is that it has unleashed the invitation to deliver this keynote, anxieties around what it means to be a woman, because I see this essentially as a work in progress. I cannot talk about my womanness in any kind with any degree of finality or finitude. There's a stark anomaly, and this has exercised me for a long time now, between a woman's perception of herself as disempowered by her own, and please note these words, own experiential self-appraisal, and the world's perception of her from the outside as a subject of power and privilege. So politically, I invited to deliver this keynote address. I'm in a political and quite in an enviable political position, and I'm humbled by that. But but the fact that I'm ridden by anxiety is also, as it were, an acknowledgement of the fact that I don't see myself as an empowered woman necessarily all the time. The crises that such a stamping embroils me in are manifold. For instance, is it more important to look like a woman than to feel like one? Can we match the outside and the inside? And when we do feel like one, is it a sum total of our various experiential layers, or a single core clinching spot of being where womanhood is realized? Also for me, womanhood has been a study in becomings as opposed to static being, a journey in fission and fusion. Any woman who is genuinely in touch with herself, selfhood or self, will discover the contingent nature of the self-experiencing. It is entirely possible that part of me feels like a 10-year-old girl in response to certain stimuli, some other, without actually stepping out of her self-knowledge as a 46-year-old wife, mother, and salaried professional accountable um, for and responsible for other human beings in an increasingly intrusive state apparatus, desperate to contain an increasingly confused, either overly normative or largely denormativized collectivity that makes everyone, male or female, alienated exile. Think of the fact that we are all talking here to one another through the box. The portability of the box is a terrifying reality of millennial technological advance. Because we are all confined by COVID-19. This is where writing or its variants, as in modes of self-expression and self-negotiation, present inanimate material to interlocutor. When I write, I'm talking to you and to others through writing. So this material called writing, paper, or in my case, the keyboard, is real, live, active, intelligent mediator in negotiations with the page. In the former sense, as tacitly moderates the process even at the sensory level. Without the author, steered. So I have for long not been able to write that much at my computer. Conversely, when I'm writing poems, as I occasionally do, most indifferent ones, I need to be writing on my phone. So I've kind of spatialized, like the two parts of my brain, the left side and the right side. I seem to have spatialized my divergent, shall we say, writing instincts and impulses. And this is where the idea, again, of the box in the home and compartmentalization and recompartmentalization comes in. And this is where Virginia Woolf's room of one's own, economic solvency, and access to space become fundamental factors for the building up of female subjectivity through writing, reading, and writing. So there are so many sides to the portmanteau label of a woman writer and the corresponding category of women's writing. There are several liminal constitutive segments there. Woman who writes, writer who happens to be a woman who writes about being a woman who writes to woman who writes for women, but not necessarily to women. And the relationship among these constitutive possibilities is neither one of alternation nor easy supplementation. Right. So, yeah. So the other thing I wanted to, I'm drawing towards the close, but I wanted to also theorize my anxieties around women's rights.
Dr. Dattagupta, you are not audible right now. Nandadi, can you hear her?
Can we give her a call?
I think Nandadi is calling her. There must be some technical glitch. So, students, please be patient. She'll be back soon.
Interruption. I'm sorry. Am I audible now?
Yes, you are
Yes,
audible.
Right. Thank you. So I was briefly talking about. I'm drawing towards the end. I was talking about the anger, and this is not really behavioral anger. This is more of an existential response and a generic response that I'm talking about. Even as I am not essentializing women's and men's experience to any degree across time and culture. So this anger is really founded upon tales and stories, which are extraordinary mediators in building this corpus of empathy around the condition of being a woman. I think that's what we are doing here. I think that's where literature becomes so important. So I think my own exercise in the build up of my subjectivity is filtered through, is mediated by my exposure, either through reading, which is a privileged access, or through oral family history to other women suffering. So I think somewhere I need to acknowledge that. And so I think I kind of straddle these two registers, the generic anger and writing as resistance, and writing as a way of reclaiming that agency and catharsizing that anger somewhere, or in a way giving it an affirmative articulation, and the other side to it, which is the side of mourning. So there's this concept at the moment, something that Jane Fonda gave her voice to as well, the idea of the dangerous woman. But I think I don't see myself as a dangerous woman yet. I see myself as an impossible woman who's constantly trying to, as it were, breach boundaries between genres, and therefore unboxing and unpacking and repacking and reboxing somewhere. So I think this is a kind of hybridity that I seem to have organically arrived at in my writing. And this also informs the way I've gone about my academic methodology, but I will not at the moment talk about that. So towards conclusion, I wanted to bring in the word curious as curiosity, which I had broached right at the outset in connection with somebody I see as as in terms of a sorority with Pandora, which is Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. Alice, as you remember, uses the words curiouser and curiouser. So I wanted to unpack those words. Curiosity then is a two-way concept, suggestive both of the nature of the undiscovered, alien, strange, unfamiliar, and the interest on the subject's part to unravel this alien, strange, unfamiliar entity. Curious, therefore, is an attribute both of the mind and of matter, of both the empirically and rationally engaged subject, human or non-human. I've seen birds exercise curiosity around me, around around humans, male or female, and also of the subject in the sense of the thing or the object or matter that generates curiosity. It's very interesting that Alice's story ends differently, and there's a final zoom out, and she's not, as it were, diabolicized, because after all, this is children's fantasy, and who should be writing this but Lewis Carroll, given his known, shall we say, predilections for young women. He gives it a kind of sympathetic spin, which is not there in the case of Pandora. So quickly, just a few more sentences. I think I need to bring in my reading. I think reading for me has been as much not just a formative practice, but also somewhere a comprehensive, shall we say, phenomenological, experiential practice. Reading does things to me, like listening to music and watching a film. Reading therefore mediates my writing. I respond to reading through writing. I would almost bring in the Philip Sidney trope of eating, of food. Reading has often nourished me. It has been my surrogate womb when I didn't, somewhere I go back to heal my wounds, to nurse my wounds, real and imagined, actual and actually felt, and then to be able to cope, as it were, with realities. And then I want to reconnect. So reading and writing to me are the centrifugal and centripetal, forces of withdrawal and reconnection. So I connect through writing and I withdraw into reading, as it were. So that's that. So finally, therefore, I think, let me get down to the final paragraph. There was a bit more about my own methodology, but I don't think that's important here. Let me end on this note that I think writing is a statement. I mean, the essay in itself is an exercise in women's writing, and I'd put up something from Ruth Behar there about the primacy of the essay as a medium, as an ethnographic medium, as a very honest medium. And I think something that we women could embrace, again, not stereotypically, everybody, but if you are so inclined, if you want to write out of yourself, write out of your present. So writing is a statement. I mean, the essay itself as an exercise in women's writing, and this essay too is an exercise in engaging with writing by women. So I urge everyone here to write, but also to write without a thought to drawing political mileage from. It is possible to write politically, honestly, sincerely, and in a deeply personal, authentic way, without trying to turn that into a political tool for any kind of self-aggrandizement. So that would be my ethical telos, arriving at writing that is inclusive. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Professor, for such an enriching session. Nothing could be better than this to set the tone of this webinar. Now we are not going to initiate any discussion on the keynote address. We are now going to go straight to our academic session. The title of our first academic session is The Subjects of Silence, the Making of Identities. There were initially 5 papers in this session, but unfortunately one of our participants, Shukarna Mondal, will not be able to present her paper today due to her university exam. So therefore we rescheduled her paper for tomorrow. Hence now we have 4 papers in this session. Before starting the academic session, I request our audience to listen carefully to the papers and to post their questions in the YouTube comment section as well as in the Google Meet chat box while the papers are being presented. One more thing, please mention the name of the presenter in your question. That is necessary. We will conduct our interactive session after the completion of our academic session. Now we will start our academic session. I call our first participant, Gayatri Aich, UG, Department of Comparative Literature, Jadavpur University. The title of her paper is Braided Roots, the Indigenous Woman and Identity in Fatty Legs. Over to you, guys.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Won't you use a microphone or a headphone?
No. Am I audible like this?
Yes, yes, you are.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Gayatri Aich from the Department of Comparative Literature, Jadavpur University. And I'll be sharing my screen for my presentation. So, just give me a second. Is it visible? Hello, could anyone tell me, is the screen visible?
Yes.
Thank you. So I'll be beginning my presentation. My paper is titled Braided Roots, the Indigenous Woman and Identity in Fatty Legs. The history of oppressive residential schools that date back to the 1870s in colonial Canada left intergenerational effects on the Indigenous peoples of Canada. Residential schools were established in colonial Canada by Christian churches and the Canadian government to assimilate Indigenous children into Euro-Canadian culture. An estimated number of 150,000 First Nations, Métis, and Inuit children attended residential schools. According to incomplete records, 6,000 of them died at residential schools. The entire process of colonization and the mistreatment of the indigenous people at residential school have left adverse effects on the physical and mental health as well as the spiritual well-being on them. Residential schooling has been particularly harmful to indigenous children because of colonial policies that forced them to be displaced. The indigenous children did not only suffer from the loss of cultural and social identity, but were also victims of psychological, physical, sexual, or spiritual abuse at the residential schools. Fatty Legs talks about the experience of Olema Pokiak, an Inuit from the Canadian Arctic regions, at a residential school in Aklavik. As found in the records of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada, and I quote, for over a century, generations of Aboriginal children were separated from their parents and raised in overcrowded, underfunded, and often unhealthy residential schools across Canada, unquote. Olema, or Margaret in Fatty Legs, is one of the many Inuit children who were plucked from their homes and taken to a residential school in an attempt to eradicate their language, culture, spiritual, as well as traditional beliefs. In the first chapter of the novel, Olema is found talking to her older half-sister Ionic about Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, a book that Ionic had read to her little sister of 7 from a collection of beautifully colored books and much more. At the time when Olema is a young child who wants to learn to read the language of the foreigners, Ionic had already been to the residential school and knows better. In Fatty Legs, we are also introduced to some of the cultural markers that are integral to Inuit women. The kamik or the kamak, which is a particular type of boot worn by Inuit. Mother Hubbard parka of the Inuit women. Delta braid, a decoration made with patterns of long strips of fabric which are used to decorate the Mother Hubbard parkas. The schooner, or a sailing vessel with masts. And ulu, and rocker blade knife traditionally passed down to Inuit women. The third chapter of Fatty Legs begins with Olema being introduced to the rules and regulations of the residential school that she is taken to. I can fix my own hair, protests little Olema when the nun walks towards her with a large pair of shears. The nuns in the residential schools would cut the braids of the young girls, as Olema's older sister had told her. Olema had initially not been worried about the loss of her hair because she was eager to learn to read and write in English. However, Ionic had said, it's not just your hair, Olema, they take everything. Indigenous women of Canada were denied their right to hold on to their cultural and social identity, which would included their long braids, their language, music and dance, the traditional clothing, including the kamik. In the process of civilizing the Aboriginal, Olema is separated not just from the geographical location of her home, but also from her people and her history. Residential schools separated Olema from every cultural marker that shapes her Inuit identity. Olema at the residential school loses even her name, perhaps the foremost part of a person's identity. I quote, we use our Christian names here and we speak English. You are Margaret. Unquote. This is one of the most visible examples of the forced conversion of indigenous children to Christianity found in Fatty Legs. Olema is found at various points of time during her stay at the residential school, trying to remember her history. She remembers that her grandfather had named her Olema, the same as his mother, and it meant the hard stone that is used to sharpen an ulu. The girls at the residential schools, the same as the one Olema went to, were made to clean the classrooms. Olema dusted, swept, and washed everything and rubbed wax into the floor until it was as smooth and slick as ice on her first day at the school. In the introductory section of the novel, Olema says, and I quote, "Some of my classmates used to call me Patty Legs. They called me that because a wicked nun forced me to wear a pair of red stockings that made my legs look enormous." Unquote. Olema was forced to wear tight red stockings that she was not comfortable. She was embarrassed, and at that point when Olema was disgusted with her own body. However, on her last day at the laundry room, she burned down the red stockings that she hated.
restlessness, vitality, charm, and drive of an emerging society are thus embodied in Matangini. However, Matangini clearly spells out her inner self even for a socially marginalized position. Thus, here the novelist's endeavor to lend a voice to marginalized women cannot be but be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Shatarupa. That was a crisp paper. Now, I would like to call our next presenter, Rania Rashid, UG Department of Communicative English, Women's College, Aligarh, Muslim University.
brief that Mary Wollstonecraft, in her own reviews published in Joseph Johnson's Analytical Review, while recognizing her talent as a poet, accuses her of being over sentimental in her novels. Yet, Charlotte Smith sold well and was successful. She seemed to have an unlimited source of inspiration. She wrote 10 novels from 1788 to 1798, while at the same time children's books, histories of England, a rich epistolary, and so forth. Her friend William Cowper bears witness to the exhausting work Smith undertook in order to keep her family. Her secular attitude, unusual in a female poetic voice of the Romantic era, was severely reproached by critics and early biographers. She was in every true sense the mother of revolutionary poets and made a position for herself that we can compare with J.K. Rowling of our world. The pain she experienced from her life is easily visible in her words. She is one of the most beautiful and tragic writers of the Romantic era. I have reserved the most influential author of this era for the last, and she is none other than Anne Radcliffe. I will now like to take the opportunity of introducing her. She is the patron of Romantic Revival. She enjoyed enormous popularity at her time, and it was strong enough that it allowed her to sail through the ravages of time, just as Shakespeare had prophesied in his sonnet. Her following was so strong that it was impossible for her contemporaries to ignore her. It was not by coincidence that Coleridge took up many of her works for criticism. Robert Louis Stevenson was a student, and Turner followed the path paved by her. Her work of suspense and Gothic atmosphere could evoke fear and anxiety, and the reader as evident by these lines. Quote, "See with what trembling steps poor mankind treads the narrow brink of the deep precipice. From whence with giddy horror they look down, mistrusting even the ground which bears them, whilst they hear the hollow sound of torrents underneath, and evoke enthusiasm and enjoyment with the description of nature. This ability was one of her greatest talent. The unexceptional success of the Mysteries of Udolpho can be explained by it being a romance in Northrop Frye's sense to the world, a secular epic in prose and partly in verse. It was not by chance that Radcliffe's contemporaries compared her to great epic poets such as Shakespeare, Spenser, Aristo, Milton, rather than other novelists. Radcliffe places nature as the blend of verse and prose. The Mysteries of Udolpho, a character electrically portrayed from all angles according to the contemporary taste that Radcliffe was able to delight. She deserves recognition as the most illustrious of the picturesque writers. The adventure in the Mysteries of Udolpho is indeed choral, cathartic, and consolatory. All the fears and anxieties of the romantic journey far from home are dealt with resolve in the end. In Radcliffe's romance, the oral dimensions prove no less important than the visual. The poems enable us to understand the relationship between the elegate tone predominating throughout the romance and the tone that may be more properly defined as lyrical. These lines depict the aforementioned characteristics of the poet. I hope that this short span of time I was able to introduce these invaluable gems of British Romantic era to my patient audience. As we are now aware of the contribution of women to English literature, a question arises. Why did the succeeding generations of Victorians, neoclassicals, and modernists quite strategically erase their contributions, their names, and their existence? In a nutshell, the answer is patriarchy. The men could not digest their successive gender of their gender counterparts. They regarded the work of women belonging to a category below theirs, and so the romantic canon comprised of only men. This is disheartening, and what is embarrassing is that even today, course curriculums, the books available in the library, all are standing in support of that injustice which started centuries ago. We need a global acceptance of these women writers who have been treated unfairly just because they were not men. And it is not just English literature, but philosophy, political science, physics, each and every discipline, the patriarchal society has tried its best and succeeded many a times in curbing women and their contributions, and this needs to change. All of us, including men, should start looking at each other as humans and pave a way against this long prevailing discrimination. I would like to end my presentation on a poem's quote by Letitia Elizabeth Lanton. I fare as are the visions of a poet's solitude. There must be something more for happiness, to seek communion. And let's stand up for this communion, each one of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Rania, for your paper. Next, I will call our last presenter, Poulomi Dotto, PG, Department of Comparative Literature, Jadavpur University. The name of her paper is The Subservient Voices, Exploring the Silence of the Women in Our Epics. Over to you, Poulomi.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. The title of my paper is The Subservient Voices, Exploring the Silence of the Women in Our Epics. Now, my paper is way too long to be presented in 8 minutes, so I would just like to read certain sections and elucidate them in the form of points. The persistence of the thematic recurrence found in heroic poetry, like the ones we read as children in fairy tales, where roles of women are reduced to subordinate consort of the lead, who needs saving even in its latency, is probably essential for a nation whose collective consciousness has been built around mythology thanks to our epics. Sure, we have audacious characters like Birola and Charulata, but they are fruits of the male gaze, and herein lies the importance of epic feminine, as mentioned in Narrative Images by Gillian Sexo, which propagates a deviation from the traditional masculine styles of writing and installs rhetoric writing by exploring the relationship between the cultural and psychological inscription of the female body. This paper shall aim at examining the women in our epics who fell prey to the male gaze and were silenced by the clever use of language by the male authors, and how the female authors have created extensions of these characters in their own retellings and adaptations by them. And I would like to actually elucidate and reflect on the characters of Ramayana and Mahabharata. I'd like to start with Sita. Now, we all realize the problems of beautifying and idolizing a man who had made his wife walk on fire twice to just test her chastity. And that was done under the umbra of, ma'am, are you saying something? And that was done under the umbra of Dharma. Now, the ideal man demands the presence of an ideal woman by his side, and Sita, the ideal woman, is just a rule book for the entire nation to follow. To begin with, the fact that Rama was human in Valmiki's text and was later idolized, Dharma is very important weapon in prescribing a system that allows certain questionable behavior that the superhuman god isn't supposed to exhibit. Dharma acts as the invisible textbook of do's and don'ts. Sita is cleverly the incarnation of Lakshmi, who is the wife of a preserver, and she, like the earth, bears everything that happens to her silently. She is described as a woman with the highest form of physical beauty, who appears to be, in the words of Arsha Sattar, and I quote, pure, light, auspicious, and subordinate. She is the figure of domesticity, tolerance, and submission, or in other words, silent and controllable, and only women with these attributes qualify as the most eligible candidates for marriage in Indian society, and if not, Vishnu shall need be taming. The Lakshman Rekha is a very important trope which confines Sita in a safe hemisphere. This line is the territory where Sita plays the role of a husband's wife, and hence she is safe and cannot be touched. Stepping outside this hemisphere, she pays the price for disobeying a man. The line also acts as the division between civilization and wilderness, and Surpanakha, who is the polar opposite of Sita, has been created for the role and for the sole purpose of teaching women their limits.
This character, unlike Sita, who is outside the periphery of the Lakshman Rekha or the domestic border, is a part of the wilderness, or in other words, is untamed, insubordinate, and open. She is hence described as inauspicious, but the major opposition between Sita and Surpanakha was in terms of their sexuality, which was sublimated in Surpanakha, and hence she posed as a threat and as a binary of Sita. She expressed her sexual desire and was mutilated by Lakshman for a sexually transgressive behavior, which is considered punishable. She does not qualify as marriageable and definitely does not qualify as pious. Chastity is an important aspect and it's a repetitive theme in the epics, and it is so important that the character of Maya Sita was introduced just so that the real Sita cannot be touched by Ravana, and she hid herself in fire while Maya Sita was abducted. In fact, chastity is on the ground for which characters like Ahalya, characters like Rukmini Devi were questioned, tried, and shamed. Abduction is another important motive that recurs in the epics, and Tara, like Sita, was abducted by her brother-in-law Sugriva, who took her as his wife after dethroning Bali. The deafening silences of Tara, Ahalya, and Sita, despite their sufferings, was broken in the later retellings of the Ramakatha in the liberation of Sita by Volga, who makes the subaltern speak. The character, who is strong enough to be a single mother, finally starts questioning the horrible injustice done to her and other ignored females of the epics that are justified by the systematic subjugation of women, along the confounded silence of her ideal man. The act of calling Ahalya characterless by Rama infuriates Sita. She empathizes with Surpanakha and a sense of sisterhood is created as opposed to the harem conflict usually expected of women. The character of Surpanakha is portrayed as a rejection, non-conforming to the mythological impressions of femininity. She is secluded for being unchaste, but has her own belongingness with nature and is a complete individual with an agency and her own identity. Identity, although playing a major role in keeping Rama trapped in the identity politics of a dutiful Aryan king from getting liberated in Volga's rendition, however, did not stop Sita from finding her deliverance away from these identities. At last, Sita tells Rama, and I quote, "I am the daughter of the earth. Rama, I have realized who I am. The whole universe belongs to me. I don't lack anything. I am the daughter of the earth." However, the author had to face threats for tampering with the myths that gave the people with their deity and their agency to control their women. Interestingly, Draupadi, another character in my paper, can be viewed as a distorted mirror reflection of Sita for sharing a common fate by getting defamed, nearly abducted by Jayadratha, put into trial, punished, violated, but hardly ever deified for having a voice. So Draupadi is just deified by certain people of Tamil Nadu who worship the Draupadi Amman sect and is considered as the incarnation of Mahakali. And Kali is interestingly the symbol of being fierce and belligerent, but is still controlled by her husband. The most widespread interpretation of Kali's extended tongue involved her embarrassment over the sudden realization that she has stepped on her husband's chest and clearly reflects that her position is beneath her husband and not above him. Kali's sudden modesty and shame is a reminder of her position, and the story of her birth is also a reflection of the inherent patriarchy, where she is emerged from Vishnu in order to end Madhu and Kaitaba, but only by enchanting them and not fighting them. The Asuras are taken down by a man, Vishnu. So Kali's beauty and not her strength is used as an assistance to ultimately bring down the Asuras. Kali appears unclothed and for being free of worldly illusions, and her incarnation is kicked and molested by Kichaka, attempted to be stripped in front of the entire court for being saved by a man, Krishna. The Chilharan or disrobing of Draupadi was later justified with the substitution of Draupadi in the place of the four Pandava brothers who had originally laughed at Duryodhana on account of his fall in Vasya's text. Because how dare she laugh at a man? The laughter of Draupadi is signified for resulting into her being punished by Duryodhana since she is a woman and shouldn't find it in herself to laugh at a man. This laughter was subverted in Mahashweta Devi's text, Draupadi, that has the Vastraharan of Draupadi as its rostrum. The eponymous character, Dopri Mahajan, described as the most notorious female, allows us to view the subservient identity vis-a-vis the hegemonic structure seen through the political and officer Senanayak. Thus, Dopri's body becomes a site of both the exertion of authoritarian power and of gendered resistance. Dopri bears the torture as she is raped by men, though through the encouragement of the voice of another man, Arijit, speaking the patriarchal language of law reflecting that of AFSPA. However, the attack on her body fades this male authority's voice as she rises from a state of powerlessness and confronts the army officers with her bare body. That was violated and tortured is also in reverse used as a weapon. Her refusal to be clothed goes against the phallocentric power, and the exploitation of her body gives her the agency to step away from the hegemonic patriarchy, and she refuses to call them men. She walks, in the words of Devi, and I quote, naked, thigh and pubic hair matted with dry blood, two breasts, two wounds, quote closed. The sound of her laughter terrified who had ordered to make her and clothe her thereafter. The sight of her mutilated body is disturbing to her audience. Dopri does what Draupadi couldn't, while her husbands, and in the words of Devdatta Patnaik from Hearing the Silence of Sita, I quote, hid behind the rules. When Kanhai Lal created a theatrical adaptation of Devi's story, he essentially introduced the character of Dopri by a young woman who was replaced by this aged Savitri. I have to present a video at this point in order to elucidate my point. So if you just 1 second. Is it visible?
Yes, it is. It is visible.
So coming, the substitution of an elderly body in the place of a younger body, according to me, was to trigger an essence of the exploitation of not just a female body, but of motherhood, for which he replaced a young female who is commonly considered an object of desire by an elderly figure who is the symbol of motherhood to disturb patriarchy and view femininity as motherly as well as sexual. The female body and its expression intimidates phallocentrism. Draupadi was banned in Manipur because Hesam Savitri appeared bare on stage. Because the very men who rape the women are uncomfortable at the sight of the same violated bodies. They want the damaged bodies to be clothed. In a world where women are told to be sacrificing, they create a questioning Sita and a laughing Draupadi, walking with her head held high. They refuse to be controlled by men and clarify that it is not okay to keep practicing intellectual oppression in the guise of social norms. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Polomi, for your paper. That was a wonderful session. Our first academic session has now ended. Now we are going to start our interactive session, and we have got some questions, and most of the questions are from Basu, I think. Before I'm going to shoot the first questions, and I would like to request all our paper presenters to be ready for our interactive session. So let me check. The first question is from Basu, and it is intended for Gayatri Aich. Gayatri, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
And okay. So the question is, how much effect does the inclusion or exclusion of a text like fatty leg in the curriculum have in affecting the change in the mentality of the society? That is from Basu.
I think firstly, the exclusion of any kind of indigenous cultural or educational aspect from the Western mode of education, which has lasted, which existed in Canada during its colonial years and has lasted even after colonization for a very long period of time, has excluded the cultural values or the cultural markers of the indigenous communities for a very long time. So the inclusion of a text like Fatty Legs, which is written by a survivor of the oppression in residential schools, is something that introduces us readers today to not just the historical aspects of colonized Canada and the oppression the oppression that indigenous communities and indigenous women have faced, but also it is a way for the indigenous people to introduce today's generation to a history that has been almost there has been an attempt to eradicate and erase the history of the people. So it becomes important in today's curriculum because it not just holds on to historical facts of the existence of residential schools, but also the kind of erasure that was attempted by the colonial, the residential schools to end or erase uh, the cultural identity or the social identity of the indigenous people.
Aritra, is that okay? So now the next question is for Shatarupa. Shatarupa, are you ready? This is also from Aritra. How do you think radical feminism aligns with Ram Mohan's views, as you have read in your paper? Shatarupa, are you there? Shatarupa?
Shall we move on to the next question, Shushmita, till Shatarupa returns?
Okay. Let's move on to our next question. I think that's for Polomi. The first question is from Arusharko Banerjee. Since Arshako is asking, since you have been talking about the Lakshman Rekha, what do you actually make of the fact that it is Sita who had chosen to cross the Lakshman Rekha and it was her choice that had facilitated her abduction?
Firstly, the choice of Sita was actually not a woman's choice. It was the choice of a man who made her choose to step outside the boundary. And secondly, it is dharma. I have spoken about dharma in my paper. Now, dharma dictates the role of the ideal man and the ideal woman. And dharma dictates that when you have a guest, we are all familiar with the phrase Aditi Devo Bhava. And when the Atithi or the Brahman, who is of a higher caste than a Kshatriya daughter, Sita is also a sage. Let's not forget that. Sita is also a sage, and she is bound by the duties of the sage. So she has to abide by the duty of stepping outside the boundary, not to be abducted, but to just serve a man. Since she's a woman, she's a hermit, she's a sage, and she is subordinate. So, despite it not being her choice, she was duty bound. Is what I have to say.
So the next question is also again for Polomi, that is from Aritro Basu. How does the fact that almost all of Indian epics and their rewritings are written by men contradict or inform a feminist understanding of such oeuvre?
Yeah, all Indian epics were written by men, but the rewritings are not necessarily by men. There are rewritings by women as well. We have Kavita King, we have Chitra Banerjee, Divya Kumari, and the
We have
difference.
Navonita Devchen, I think.
Yes, we have Navonita Devchen. We have Navonita Devchen's paper on Jain Ramayan, and we have a lot of other texts that have been rewritten by women. And you can see the stark difference when a man decides to portray a female character, and that is what my paper was entirely about. That it is different when a man writes the epic and the woman writes an epic. So if you have seen that the position of Sita has been elevated through the centuries by a man, it is just to justify and cooperate with the contemporary social demands. But when a woman decides to rewrite the Ramayana, she writes it from a different perspective that has been well reflected in the love of Medusa, and we can understand why she chooses to question uh, and why she chooses to question, why she chooses to empathize. And it is not just her role that is changed, it is the dialogue that is changed. The conversation is changed, and she is questioning the act. Sorry.
Please mute yourself if anyone has unmuted.
Yeah, so like I was saying, she just decides to question, and she decides to be a critic. And it's just not the role and the duties that have changed, but her voice. She gains a voice in the female narratives as opposed to the male narratives. Yeah. Sushmita, you're not audible.
Okay, I'm sorry. I muted myself. There are questions for Shatarupa. Is Shatarupa here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So this question is from Sushmita Bhattacharya. Can we regard Matangini as the spirit of personification of modern India?
Yes, as per Paranjape's views her from different point of views, we can see as per according to Paranjape's modern India allows much greater independence to the Indian woman to express herself without fear of rebuke or reproach. In novel, we find Chatterjee's novel, we find that Matangini is allowed as a similar space where she is able to express herself, although silently, yet self-expression forms the better part of the novel.
Okay. So the next question is again for Shatarupa from Aritro Basu. How do you think radical feminism aligns with Ram Mohan's views as you have read in your paper?
Sir, Ma'am, Ram Mohan used a woman as a radical feminism from a social perspective.
Okay. So I am now going to wind up this session. Is there anyone who wants to ask anything from the audience? They can open their mic and ask the participants directly.
I think Humaira has a question.
Yes, she has. This is for Shatarupa again from Humaira Ashfaq. When Matangini's face is revealed, we know it's because of the wind, but she is punished by her husband and we don't see her retaliate. But later she evolves and transforms. Is this change out of being herself and that she always wanted to revert back and speak for herself but didn't? Or is it eccentric?
Ma'am, actually, this question is not clear to me.
Humaira, could you please open your mic and elaborate?
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are.
Satrupa, the question is when we see in the beginning of the novel, we see that Matangini's face is revealed for the first time, and it's because of the wind. And then we see how after she goes back home and her husband tortures her. Because that wasn't her fault of her face revealing in front of his husband and his friend, but later she evolves into herself and she transforms and she becomes the strong woman that we see. So is this change within her? Was she always inclined to change this way, or is it eccentric?
No, she always wanted to change. She was very down to earth at first, but as we can see the plot progress forward, we see that how she is fighting for her space. Actually, in 19th century, it was really very tough for any kind of girl who to stand and to talk about their perspective. But the way Matungini presented herself, it was really very honorable for all the readers to look at her in a different way.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Saturupa, and thank you all the other participants. I think we should now wind up, and this is the end of our first academic session. We will be breaking up for lunch right now, and our next session will start at 1:30. We shall return by then. Till then, get your lunch and get some relaxation. We will meet at 1:30.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back after the lunch session. So, this is the second academic session, and the title of this academic session is given as Writing the Self, Interrogating Normativities. And as our first speaker, I would like to invite Shubhangi Yadav, a student of Department of English, Hansraj College. She's an PG student affiliated to the University of Delhi. And the title of her paper is The Position of Women Within the Patriarchal Framework of 19th Century America. In the text, Charlotte Perkins Gilman's The Yellow Wallpaper. So, Shubhangi, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you're audible.
Okay. Please just give me a minute to share my screen. I need to begin my presentation.
Okay.
Um, Is my presentation visible?
Yes, 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 it's visible.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Shubhangi Yadav, and I'm pursuing post-graduation in English from Delhi University. Today, I would like to present a paper which explores the position of women within the patriarchal framework of 19th century America by focusing on Charlotte Perkins Gilman's The Yellow Wallpaper. Through a critical reading of this pioneering feminist work of American literature, this paper will expound the dominant gender norms as seen through the institution of marriage and the male-dominated realm of medicine. This will help to provide an insight into how women are trapped within the oppressive patriarchal system and highlight the impact of this confinement. Through this, the paper will further foreground the act of writing as one of self-assertion and self-expression, which allows breaking free of social conventions. It is necessary, first and foremost, to understand the patriarchal structure of society that rests on the idea of gender essentialism. This involves an equation of sex with gender and the belief that the nature of males and females is determined biologically, not culturally. Using this theory, stereotypical male and female figures are created as mutually exclusive binaries. Further, on the basis of the opposing characteristics attributed to each sex, a hierarchy is established and traditional gender roles are defined. Julia Kristeva engages with this idea in her seminal essay Women's Time. Borrowing James Joyce's phrase, father's time, mother's species, she delineates two distinct dimensions that humans occupy. While men inhabit the public space of culture and history, women are relegated to the private household realm. As opposed to linear time, this realm is defined in terms of cyclical and monumental time. Women's role is hence seen in terms of recreation of old repetitive activities, such as domestic chores like cooking and cleaning, or birthing and the generation of species. The gender norms that led to the confinement of women and the effect of the same are explored extensively in Charlotte Perkins Gilman's most celebrated work, The Yellow Wallpaper. The story revolves around an unnamed protagonist who, having been diagnosed with neurasthenia or a temporary nervous depression by her physician husband, is prescribed rest cure, wherein she is isolated from the public space and all intellectual endeavors. Thereafter, the story traces, through a first-person account in the form of journal entries, her increasing obsession with the sickly yellow wallpaper in her room and eventual descent into madness. The text draws upon autobiographical elements of Gilman's life, who suffered from postpartum depression and was misdiagnosed and mistreated by Dr. S. Weir Mitchell, the founder of the Rest Cure. She stated that the real purpose of the story was to convince the renowned physician of the error of his ways. Through it, she engages with the dominant notions surrounding women within the male-dominated realm of medicine, wherein a host of women's mental health issues were misdiagnosed as hysteria. Not only did the 19th century medical establishment not have an insight into women's psyche, the difference in cure for the same neurasthenic symptoms experienced by men and women brings out their prescriptive nature. The rest cure prescribed to women enforced complete physical rest in isolation within the domestic sphere. It also prohibited all intellectual activities, and Dr. Mitchell himself instructed Gilman to live as domestic a life as possible and never to touch a pen, brush, or pencil again. On the other hand, men were prescribed West cure. That is, they were encouraged to travel out west, engage in vigorous physical activity in the midst of nature, and write about the experience. This clearly showcases reinforcement of what was seen as proper sexual behavior on the basis of biological essentialism, which was emphasized by the scientific authority of the era. Not only did this lead to a clear division between the domains of the sexes, it also led to a domination of men over women's bodies, intellectuality, and psyche. This is highlighted by Jane F. Threlkel in her essay Doctoring the Yellow Wallpaper, wherein she brings out a feminist reading of the text, stating that Gilman's treatment at the hands of Mitchell is, and I quote, paradigmatic of the patriarchal silencing of women. In the story, the enforcer of patriarchy becomes the protagonist's husband, John, who is also her physician. Hence, he represents the amalgamation of two oppressive institutions, the 19th century medical establishment and the institution of marriage, which together undermine the narrator's voice and her thoughts. This is foregrounded right from the beginning of the narrative, as despite not agreeing with the diagnosis or treatment for the disorder, she is forced to curtail her thoughts, which are all met with condescension by John. He treats her like a child, referring to her as little girl and blessed little goose, effectively dismantling any authority she holds with respect to her own body and feelings. He disregards all her ideas as being the result of her imaginative power and excited fancies, which he views as the prime reason for her nervous condition. This once again showcases the rigid gender norms, which create a hierarchical binary between reason and imagination. According to Elizabeth Carey's essay, Controlling the Female Psyche, Assigned Gender Roles in the Yellow Wallpaper, the latter is a decidedly gendered term associated with that which is feminine and hence weak. For the masculine rational world, it represents something that cannot be understood and hence must be curtailed. Therefore, John prohibits the protagonist from writing, which forces her to maintain a journal surreptitiously. Gilman conceived of the protagonist not just as a narrator, but as the writer. In his essay, The Yellow Wallpaper, The Ambivalence of Changing Discourses, Jürgen Walter asserts how, despite the mental restraints placed on her, she writes two highly subversive stories, one in her diary and one on the wall as a palimpsest. Though subjected to physical isolation, she maps onto the wallpaper and its suffocating strangling patterns her own history and that of women in 19th century America. Thus, she sees a female figure which soon turns into many such figures lurking behind the front pattern, shaking the bars, wishing to escape from the wallpaper. Unnamed, the protagonist becomes representative of these women, and ripping the wallpaper to free the lurking figure becomes a means of freeing herself. This is made evident when she addresses John and says, "I've got out at last, and I've pulled off most of the paper, so you can't put me back." The story ends with her creeping over a fainted husband, finally breaking free from the societal conventions that bind her. But the dominant reading of the text is that the freedom she gains is limited in nature, as she is still confined within the room. Furthermore, due to the oppression she undergoes, she unravels and loses her grip on reality. However, critic Monica Flerdenik claims that despite being mentally imbalanced, the protagonist is intellectually in control of her narrative. While Denise D. Knight reads the narrator's behavior not as a sign of insanity, but rather, and I quote, an expression of tremendous rage towards her husband. Such readings of the text showcase the importance of writing as a means of self-assertion, as through it, the protagonist gains the agency to create a room and a text of her own, uncontrolled by John and the patriarchal system that he represents. Despite having been written more than a century ago, the Yellow Wallpaper continues to be prevalent in starting a conversation regarding gender, especially in countries like ours, wherein women still continue to struggle for a voice, for for autonomy and agency over oneself, one's body and mind. Though in certain ways we have a society have evolved over the years, the need to address the patriarchal structure that binds us all is of utmost importance in order to break free from the same. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shubhangi. And go on to the next presenter. I call upon Anushri Joshi, undergraduate student from the Department of English, Lady Shriram College, University of Delhi. And the title of her paper is Interrogation of Gender Roles in Kamala Das's Summer in Calcutta. Over to Anushri.
Thank you. Am I audible to everybody?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so I'll just share my screen. Give me a moment. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, it's visible now.
All right. So this is based on a feminist reading from a 21st century analysis perspective on how Kamala Das's 1965 poetry collection Summer in Calcutta is relevant to our context and our notions of feminism. There's interrogation of gender roles, definitely, which I'm going to discuss. But because she comes from a much different context from how we perceive feminism now, it's also important to remember that there's very deep-seated gender conditioning, and there's also a sense of conformity within her writing, which I'll discuss a bit towards the conclusion of my paper. So, Summer in Calcutta was published in 1965, and it is her first poetry collection. It comprises of 50 poems, and Kamala Das herself is one of the pioneers of modern Indian English poetry. She is one of the poets who has been included in Bruce King's famous book in the area, Modern Indian Writing in English. The poetry featured in this collection, it has been critically acclaimed and popularly remembered for its insight into the poet speaker's intimate self, focusing on the themes of relationships, love, betrayal, nostalgia, and womanhood, which were a prominent part of the whole confessional poetry movement that emerged in the early 50s and 60s, of which Sylvia Plath, Anne Sexton, Robert Lowell are important names. Das's poetry is resplendent with an interrogation and textual confrontation of gender notions pertaining to the aforementioned themes. Since her poetry juxtaposes the speaker's conscience with that of herself as its creator, her experience as an Indian woman in 20th century India are instrumental to how she creates that work. Then moving on to the ideas of domesticity, immanence, and transcendence. Das's poetry reflects the exemplifications of Simone de Beauvoir's idea of immanence and transcendence as reflected upon in her seminal work, The Second Sex. And in an introduction, Kamala Das's very famous poem, Das's act of introducing herself through her words and perspectives, she creates her own markers of identity. So she's actively defining the markers of identity that society allots to women, and she's creating herself, she is deciding her own identity based on her parameters. The categorization of women as supposed to be committed to their role of immanence is directly confronted in poems like An Introduction, Loud Posters, I Will Leave Someday, among others. So in the given lines, the utilization of words like sari, girl, wife, embroiderer, cook, quarreler with servants, these present a dense portrait packed with looks, duties, and acts expected of her based on her gendered place in society. The wall is symbolic of the spatial division of labor and duties, and the usage of the term peep instead of using the term looking emphasizes the hesitant, regulated desire that can instantly be chastised by the controllers of patriarchy. The final lines of the poem convey a tone of assertion interlaced with anger at being denied her complexity of individualized self. Das writes, I have no joys that are yours, no aches which are not yours. I too call myself I. A woman's aches and joys being subsumed in the association of herself with the masculine presences in her life is ultimately rejected, as the poet speaker seems to concretize her identity through her own parameters and markers. The next important idea in Kamla Das pertains to arranged marriage. She herself was married at the age of 15. In several poems that grapple with issues of sexual awakening, feminine desire, struggles of romantic relationships, and betrayals, aligning with the confessional mode of poetry, Kamla Das confronted and sometimes worked to subvert the female subservience and repression of female sexuality implicit in the domesticity expected from arranged marriage for women. So poems like The Sunshine Cat, they are important examples of it, but there is a subtle expression of the same in other poems by Das, such as such as An Introduction. And there's then explicit anger reflected in her tone towards arranged marriage and the control of female sexuality, which erupts in a volcanic manner in poems like Forest Fires and Loud Posters. The transformation of the streak of sunshine in The Sunshine Cat is symbolic of a sense of optimism, but it changes into winter ultimately, representing the harshness of her circumstances. It embodies pathetic fallacy that summarizes the womanly experience in the literal confines of the door and the metaphorical caging within the institution of arranged marriage. Then the given lines, they portray the literal confinement of the wife in the domesticated private sphere and her subsequent lack of agency, ultimately leading to the utter evisceration of identity. The tragedy is intensified in the concluding line, since the trauma of the half-dead poet speaker woman is made to share space with her use or a lack thereof as a commodity to men. This commodification of the womanly body and subsequent dehumanization a Marxist sort of reification in the gendered format. Then more on the issue of selfhood. The quietness of the Indian bride is a customary price for the sense of belonging in society that is sought in Indian arranged marriages. Her own individualized self-worth is unimportant, as depicted through the given lines, when compared to the fulfillment of gendered duties in marriage. So in poems like With Its Quiet Tongue and Afterwards, she talks about this denial of voice, but the poetic space then becomes this arena that she has all to herself, where she's creating a voice for herself that ultimately the social format of gender has expected her to not control. Then finally, we move on to a close reading of her poems. In an introduction, the prospect of bodily sexual violence that accompanies the aforementioned subservience in arranged marriage is foregrounded using a rather brutal tone. The given lines begin by emphasizing the dearth of emotional maturity within the poet speaker, and then they move into the space of the bedroom, almost thrusting the readers into the unsuitable reality of a young child being in a sexualized setting. The violence is not just on the physical level, but it is also on the psychological level, inflicted during the sexual dynamic in the marital setup, wherein the woman's body is treated as a passive object without consideration for her agency and individual desire. Anne Gary is a feminist philosopher who discusses the idea of woman as the passive object and the intersection of the notions of sex with harm in her seminal essay called Sex, Lies, and Pornography, which sheds further light upon the idea of passivity of woman as an object. Then coming to how Das subverts this patriarchal control and regulation of the voice and the body in the institutions of arranged marriage. Since Das herself saw her poetry as a close reflection of life, as reflected in this statement that Kohli has introduced in his work, her ideology of subverting and questioning the socio-culturally defined norms of gender is clearly a big part of her milieu of work. It is within the poetic space that Das brings female desire to the fore and uniquely represents in her own voice, instead of surrendering to the regulation of female sexuality and identity in a patriarchal society. In her poem In Love, her lust and desire are privileged in the aesthetic of the given lines, while the main presence is terms. So lines like, yes, it was my desire that made him male, and beautiful from her poem A Relationship, works to assert a female agency. But Das's poet speaker emphasizes the prominence of her own desire in making the male acquire quintessential aspects of beauty. Then in her poem Loud Posters, the loudness is in direct contrast with the demureness expected of the Indian bride mentioned elsewhere, and posters are used as opposed to the realm of domesticity women are confined within. These lines explicitly depict the cultural commodification of women as objects of desire and their eventual consumed by the public through magazines and other media. Women in Das's experience and social setting appear to be reduced into mere sexualized identities, expected to be silently submissive to masculine desire, but the act of writing poetry enunciating this particular experience, it gives the poet speaker a sense of reclamation of the gendered narrative. There's a positing of the woman's mind as more important than the sexualized commodity she is often reduced to patriarchal masculine desire. Then, in her very explicitly volcanic poem, Forest Fire, the title of the fecundity traditionally associated with women's sexuality and their role as nurturers. Fire, apart from being a destructive and all-consuming force of nature, symbolizes creation in epics such as the Mahabharata, wherein Draupadi was created out of the fire. The resonance of simultaneous creation, fecundity, destruction is rooted in its cultural myth-making and propagation. This posits the female as opposed to the passivity we discussed that is attributed to and expected of traditional womanhood. The feminist confessional tone echoes of Sylvia Plath's, wherein the poet speaker claims how she has had to kill her father and the spirit of destruction is explicit in Forest Fire. Idea of confession and conformity. Beauvoir's notions of immanence and transcendence are constantly confronted through the poet speaker's consciousness in numerous poems within Summer in Calcutta. However, there persists in this 20th century collection an oscillation between the set binaries for male and female, leading us as 21st century readers to be wary of the expression of gender politics. For example, in an introduction, it's noteworthy that a culturally masculine garb through her brother's shirt is the only way the oppressed woman seems to understand resistance against patriarchal norms. It is evident in her method of resistance that the gender... Yes?
I hate to interrupt, but I think you have exceeded the time. So will you please shorten up or, approach the conclusion right away?
Yeah, this is... Yeah. So she confronts the set binary, but she's also somehow succumbing to it. Then there is a sense of interrogation in her poem, The Dance of the Eunuchs, in and holding the society accountable for disenfranchising the community. We can see there's a sense of progressiveness towards the LGBTQIA plus cause as an anti-current to the context it was created within. Then we should ask the pertinent question why Das talks about cities, which has not been discussed in this presentation, but one answer to that could be that the act of expressing herself in her own idiom is not only cathartic by the standards of confessional poetry, but it is also a performance in empowerment as she reclaims her place and confronts the gender narrative that has deprived her of agency in a patriarchal society. Thank you.
Okay. So with this, we come to the end of Anushri's presentation. So I would like to call upon Shruti Roy Muhuri She is an undergraduate student of the Department of English from Presidency University, and the title of her paper is Patriarchy and Persecution of Men, analyzing the cases of Jairaj and Ratna in Mahesh Dattani's famous play Dance Like a Man. So over to Shruti.
Arusharko, I am interrupting you for a moment. I think we should tell our participants about the feedback form right now because they would be confused. Please একটু বলে দিবি এই সময়? I think Arusharko is doing some work. Over to you, Shruti Roy Muhuri. You can start presenting your paper.
Thank you. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Give me a second. I would present. Good afternoon to everyone present over here. I am Shruti Raimohri from Presidency University. My paper is titled Patriarchy and Persecution of Men, Analyzing the Cases of Jairaj and Ratna in Mahesh Dattani's Dance Like a Man. My paper would discuss the effects of gendered constructs and how these patriarchal notions victimize men alongside women and people belonging to other genders, and how, in the course of life, a sufferer of patriarchy becomes a perpetrator of the same. And I would do so by analyzing Mahesh Dattani's dancing is not considered masculine enough even in 21st century, and non-female dancers are considered effeminate, hinting towards the idea that femininity is an insult. Jairaj and Ratna practiced Bharatnatyam, a dance form scorned by Britishers. The performers, the sexual slaves, and the colonizers tried and succeeded in banning the dance form. The bodies of the dancers were sexualized and their agency on their body was lost. Anti-Nach movement in 1892 was launched in order to ban dance forms all over India during colonial rule. But colonizers' mentality is still alive in natives' mind. Although Bharatanatyam is practiced today, but most men willing to dance are often discouraged. Amritlal considers dancers as prostitutes, thus disrespecting both the profession of dancing and prostitution. It was unthinkable for him that his son pursues something in which, according to him, a body is sold. He could still digest the fact that his daughter-in-law is a dancer because if he must choose, he would much rather have the woman selling her body than the man, because to him it is more normal. He had to choose between the two because he had to take Ratna's support to ruin Jairaj's career and rather see his son become a drunkard than a dancer. If someone was nonconformist, Amritlal would not care about the person's mental or physical well-being. Society was way more important to him than individuality. He needed Ratna's support. Ratna, a woman and a dancer, willing to fulfill her own dreams without any hindrance or struggles, surrenders to the misogynist and autocratic Amritlal. She makes Jairaj feel that he himself has caused his own downfall, but in reality, it was she who took away his self-esteem by making him dance his weakest items, by arranging the lighting in a way so that Jairaj would literally and metaphorically be dancing in her shadow, calling him names and humiliating him. She further normalized gendered construct which tells that a man who is dancing is never worthy enough. She mentions how audience would like to watch her more than Jairaj as she was a quote unquote young
beautiful woman, and thus prioritizing age, physical appearance, and gender over the sanctity and purity of art itself. The classic case of Jairaj and Ratna is evidence of the fact that the immense urge to maintain societally constructed notions of masculinity and femininity usually shadows a human being. The deception and treachery that Jairaj faced in this play came from his wife and father, his own family. A man willing to break the restraining shackles of toxic masculinity was not allowed by a woman, and a sufferer of patriarchy turned into a perpetrator of the same. With this, I would like to conclude my paper. I thank Kidderpore College for letting me be a part of this webinar. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Shruti. This was a very good time kept paper. Moving over to Shubhra Mondol. Shubhra Mondol is a student of undergraduate from the Department of English, Durgapur Women's College, Kazi Nazrul University. And the title of her paper is Gendered Representation, Engendering Fantasies, an Analysis of Abanindranath Tagore, Hirer Putul. Over to Shubhra.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you, ma'am. Please wait a moment. I will present my screen.
Shubhra, please speak a bit louder. Bit louder.
Good afternoon, respected principal sir, respected teachers, honorable judges, and all my dear friends present here. Today I, Shubhra Mandal, an undergraduate in English Honours from Durgapur Women's College, am going to put up a presentation on the topic Gender Representation, Engendering Fantasies, and Analysis of Abanindranath Tagore's Hirer Putul. First of all, I thank all the teachers as well as the organizers for giving me this wonderful opportunity to present myself. The Bengali folk tales are primarily women's tales. The story pencils center on women. They are typically full of women characters telling about the woman's world, the household, concerning central issues in Bengali women's life: marriage, childbirth, motherly nurturance, obedience, self-sacrifice, kindness to others, and other domestic concerns of everyday life. The Rupkatha basically records the presence of strife, conflict, competition, jealousy, and greed among the women of a family, expressing the strong moral norms that regulate the interfamilial social relations between women. The women act as evil connivers too, plotting against the virtuous few. Women thus plays a central role in making or marring the fantastic world of Bengali Rupkatha. This dual image of women presents the qualities, good or bad, in their extremes. Either the woman is extraordinarily good, touching divinity, or she is unimaginably evil, baser than the basest. Harking back to the portraits of 19th century Bengali women, we find that women literally had no legal or social status other than that derived from their position in the family, with them producing heirs to the throne. In the beginning of our story, all significant societies were clearly patriarchal. There was no single exception. The patriarchal traditional mode of production refers to the undervalued work of housewives who are the producing class while husbands are the expropriating class. This presentation I
I'm
have
interrupting right now. Okay, there is a noise coming from your microphone, I think. Can you fix it, please? Because we cannot hear you properly for that.
okay, ma'am. Ma'am, I'm audible?
Yes, you are audible, but there is a continuous noise. If you can, please fix it. If you can't, then leave it.
In this presentation, I have roughly examined the history of women's subordination and would further like to show how feminism plays an important role in Bengali folk tales. Finally, I'll chiefly examine my point of view by focusing on the radical feminist structure of Abanandinath Tagore's Kidderpore and on its materiality as a book. Abanindranath Tagore, whose lifespan was from 1871 till 1951, was a prominent artist of the Bengal school. His famous paintings include the Abu Sarika, the Journey Train, Buddha and Sujata, Passing of Shah Jahan, Moonlight, Music, Poetry, etc. His book Hire Putul was a masterpiece for children's literature. It was published in 1896. It was a fictional tale and the related themes of true love and wealth, beauty and ugliness as ways to woman's fate form the thematic core of Abanindranath Tagore's Hire Putul. The author found the story in Mrinalini Devi's diary after her death, and the fantasy novel is constructed on the story written in her diary. This shows the contemporary Indian women striking a challenge to existing male ethos and sexual ideology based on unequal power relations. This even broadens the marginalized position occupied by women in the late 19th century. This once upon a time story of a king with two kings, the suffering elder Durrani and the pampered younger Shurani, and the change of fortunes that come about in their lives is an old tale of the triumph of good over evil. At the time when Abanindranath Tagore wrote, careers were not open for middle and upper class women who were forced to find husbands from sheer economic necessity. It is ironic in its fantasy, where at the onset we find that jewels and ornaments, as vast as that of seven kingdoms taken together, fill the chest of Shurani. Even after collecting the ornaments from the best seven kingdoms, with proper measurements, the king fails to suffice the demands of the younger king. However, on the other hand, we find the elder Durrani only wishing for the king's safe journey and being contented with a black-faced monkey on the king's insistence. Aided by the black-faced monkey brought by the king for the elder king, fortunes turn especially for Durrani. Naturally, when the king hears the news that the elder king is pregnant with a son, he starts to favor her in keeping with the patriarchal archetype that she is portrayed in. At the beginning of the tale, we come across the different conditions of the two female characters, Durrani being the evil-natured and Durrani being the good-natured. It can also be read as a transgressive text where the goddess Shashti is fooled and forced to give in to the plans of the monkey who so cleverly plots and devises stratagems, executes them brilliantly and very adroitly, puts the king in the king. This shows that both men and women can easily be outwitted, thus breaking the discrimination between the two. Moving to my conclusion, the contrasting traits of Durrani and Shurani demonstrate the reality of nature's proclamation. The author insists upon transcending the boundaries of patriarchy and aristocracy, money and social status. Hence, Hire Putul can also be read as a painting from a bygone era embedded in our mind as a past consciousness. In a battle of the good and evil, the story concerns women's attempt at attaining selfhood and economic independence. Focusing on my viewpoint of Abanindranath Tagore's period Putin, we find the author putting up the preordained destiny of the two kings to pile up children accompanied by being a good wife to their husband, that is, the king of Vijayanagar. So these are the references from where I took help from. Thank you everyone for listening so patiently. Thank you. And sorry for my interruption.
Oh, Sharku, you're not audible. Yes, thank you, Shubhra.
Okay.
Oh, Sharku.
Okay. Yes, I'm here. Okay, that was a good presentation, Shubhra. A well defined presentation. I call upon Ranjana Sarkar, a student of the undergraduate English department, Presidency University, and the title of her paper is Women in Graphic Novels: Exploring Love, Death, and Self Across Cultural Spaces in Fun Home and Curry. Over to
Good
Ranjana.
afternoon, sir. Can you hear me? Am I audible and visible? Thank you,
Yes,
sir.
absolutely.
Is my presentation visible?
Yes, Ranjana.
Um, so, beginning right away, the title of Alison Bechdel's autobiographical graphic novel, Fun Home, a family tragicomic, might seem to be something of an oxymoron in case one is unaware that Fun Home stands for the funeral home run by the author's father, Bruce, a man who lives and dies as a homosexual in closet. The book unravels in blue monochrome with a non-linear narrative. One can conveniently call it a Bildungsroma, with Alison meditating on her moments from her life, especially the formative years that recount the troubled bond that she had with her father. So taut and dysfunctional was their relationship that even a simple act of affection, such as a goodnight kiss, would render them awkward. As she explores this relationship throughout the book, gender nonconformity remains an overriding theme. Bruce's habits at home hardly conform to the gender roles and epithets generally assigned to the male sex in 1960s and 70s North America. However, his ultimate disregard for conventions manifests in his choice to continue having affairs with young men even during his marriage, no matter how furtively they happened. On the other hand, his tastes and obsessions with flowers, aesthetics, ornamentation causes Alison to grow repulsive attitude towards the same. Thus, growing up, imagining herself as a complete inversion of her father's image, both in appearance and cognition, becomes fundamental to the self she develops. However, this foundation is shaken with the revelation of her father's homosexuality the day she reveals her own, which entwines her even more with him to her dismay instead of severing their bonds. Inevitably, for Alison, the lines clearly separating their identities blur immediately, giving her a reason to reassess her relationship with Bruce and their seemingly dissimilar identities in ways quite inconspicuous yet extremely emphatic, such as comparing their photographs in retrospect while constantly drawing parallels between themselves and mythical characters such as Daedalus and Icarus, wondering if it was him, the father, who had assumed the role of Icarus the child, his life choices thwarting him towards the inescapable end into the ocean. This reassessment is accentuated by his sudden death in an accident within months after Alison declares herself a lesbian. Strangely, this same death becomes the moment she keeps returning to in the entire memoir. Although she fails to feel shocked or aggrieved, she adds that death is inherently absurd, in a sense ridiculous, and writes that grief takes many forms, including the absence of grief. The narrative lends a rather feminist lens to comprehend their unusual bond, causing the reader to realize that perhaps the father and the daughter have been mirrored images of the same essence all along, where the so-called inversions dissolve into a more coinciding identity, be it in their queerness, shared reverence for masculine beauty, or their love for books. Alison reveals that it is those rare moments they had shared in tranquility that are most prominently etched in her mind. The portrayal of their conflicting natures, which often run the risk of being reduced to a basic, ever-quibbling father-daughter duo depraved of depth, turns out to be more profound upon closer examination, where binaries coexist in harmony in a space purged of absolutes and conclusion. However, it is Amruta Patil's Kari, the first Indian graphic novel by a woman, that takes a more active role in resisting the heteronormative patriarchal society of the peninsula than Fun Home. The novel is just as much about a love story as it is about Kari's rediscovery of self and after her failed attempt at suicide once her lover, Ruth, leaves her, whose memory keeps haunting her. The protagonist strikes the reader with an intensity rarely present in characters one finds in Indian popular literature. Kari, a blend of a curious, love-stricken, non-conforming queer woman and a dark, detached recluse, and a counterpoint to hyper-feminine prototypes one keeps coming across, is a rather phenomenal character whose personality defies any reductive masculinist, suicidal lesbian totalization. Bearing semblance with Virginia Woolf's stream of consciousness, the narrative becomes extremely lyrical, even poetic in some of its dealings with love and death. In combining words with illustrations, it beautifully conveys the shifting moods or tensions of certain situations, such as this, where you can see Ruth and Kari's eyes meeting for the first time, and the lines in the background, they start to waver in order to convey the tension that starts to develop gradually. Bearing semblance with her narrative, what enhances the story even more is the introduction of Angel, a cancer patient whom Kari describes as an actively dying person, yet who is far more dynamic than every other character in the book. Their friendship deepens with time and reaches its peak when Angel rings up Kari in her deathbed, revealing that her time is up and Kari, the boatman, must ferry her over. Interestingly, the surreal boatman analogy juxtaposes her with the grey cityscape of Bombay, the smog city with sewers she has to traverse on her boat, which Neil Mukherjee recalls as a direct allusion to the Greek myth of Charon, the boatman who ferries the dead across river Styx to the underworld, becoming a bridge between life and death. A lot of the book takes place in Ari's mind, a fluid space tracing a set of incredibly touching train of thoughts, one of them being her ruminations on unborn children. She imagines swimming down to her roommate's aborted baby, crying at the bottom of a manhole, trying to lull her to sleep by telling her that she's better off there and that nothing should live that isn't a labor of great, great love. Despite all the seriousness, the book never fails to amuse its readers with Kari's dry and dark sense of humor always at hand. When Lazarus, her colleague, reads her a love poem, we are told how they are already such dodgy things to deal with, and then there are the badly written ones. Lazarus, upon facing rejection, asks her if she is a proper lesbian, a question most Indian queers have to face till date. To which Kari slyly answers that she is armchair straight, armchair gay, and an active loner. Her response to the barber is equally savage when he insists on not giving her a buzz cut that she asks for and disapprovingly saying, "Madam, face-looking boy type," while she triumphantly remarks, "Bring on the ladies." However, no matter how far the book digresses to unfold other highly fascinating narratives, in the end, it returns to remind the reader of Ruth's looming presence in Kari's memory. It might be tempting to think of Kari as a love story at its heart, but it becomes so much more when standing on top of a building wearing the buzzcut, Kari smiles, finally emancipated from the pain of being left behind, happy to realize that even though she loves Ruth more than everyone else in the world, she won't be jumping off ledges for anyone anymore. Followed by the sentence that gives the novel an ending that undeniably makes it one of the best graphic novels the world has ever produced. In a faraway city where the palette was pure and bright, Ruth stirred in her sleep and smiled. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I call upon now Ruby Roy, the PG student from the Department of English, Christu Jayanti College, Bengaluru North University. And the title of our paper is Globalization Through Translations, Subaltern Crossing the Margins.
Yes, sir. Can you see my screen?
No, not yet. I can see you, I can hear you, but not your screen. Yes, now we can see your screen.
Okay. So I'll just start. The advent of translation has echoed the voice of the marginalized beyond margins, making them heard after years of oppression by the dominant classes. The novel or the text I'm dealing with is Karaku, published in 1992 by Bama, which is the pen name of Faustina Mary Fatima Rani, a Dalit woman, and is translated by Lakshmi Homshrove in the year 2000. Respected Gayatri Spivak defines subaltern as the oppressed subjects. So when I say subaltern, I not only mean Bama as a Dalit oppressed by the upper caste, but also as a woman oppressed by men in this patriarchal world. It is in fact the first female autobiography. Before this, most of the novels that came under Dalit literature were actually nationalist middle class consciousness speaking on behalf of the Dalit than any kind of genuine analysis or presentation of Dalit experiences. Burma's Karaku, when it came out on 1992, was hailed as the first of its kind in explaining what it is like to be a Dalit. All of us present over here might have only studied or heard about marginalization, but we are all fortunate enough that we didn't have to go through it. But Burma's experiences began even before she knew that word. She says, "I hadn't yet heard people speak openly about untouchability, but I had already seen, felt, experienced, and humiliated by what it is." Through Burma's autobiography, we see the life of Dalits through her eyes. She voices her experiences to the native readers, but with the help of translation, she got the power to let it known to the world at large. She does not follow a particular order, just randomly presents with a number of memories from different stages of her life, everything somehow linked to how she was humiliated just because of her caste. Her repetition of various incidents shows her desperate need to let the world know about the condition of Dalits. Every repetition brings out a new aspect to touch upon. We see two different ways in which she fights this discrimination. First is education, because it gave her a sense of dignity as suggested by her brother, and the other is becoming a nun so that she can help the poor and downtrodden. Burma's community's reaction can be the epitome of the phrase "truth is always bitter." Burma uses the Dalit style of language to narrate and describe her village and lifestyle in the truest form possible. Her portrayal of the natives was not welcomed by her own people. They boycotted her, took away her residential rights, and called her a traitor, as according to them, their depiction was not very different from the pigs and dogs that loafed around the dust-ridden lanes of her town. Hence, a voice which was criticized by the very birthplace was then praised by the world. Now we'll discuss Burma as a subaltern. So we see a shift in Bama's personality while dealing with the caste business, as she calls it. The bold Bama gradually diminishes as she enters the convent. In her younger days, she refused to accept any distinctive treatment just because of her caste, whether it was for a seat on the bus or seeking permission to go home. She stood her ground obstinately. But as she entered the convent, no matter how marginalized she felt, the fear of the upper caste nuns always forced her to swallow the very words that came to her mouth. She was courageous before, proud of her identity, whereas now she felt oppressed. A harsh reality struck her that she couldn't do anything to escape from the suppression imposed by the rich, higher caste people. So she was discriminated on three different levels. Burma's first encounter with the experience of being humiliated was when she was falsely blamed for a stolen coconut, just because she belonged to the pariah caste. The convent that she thought would bring her closer to her goal of Dalit liberation only made it seem miles away. Not only were they criticized, marginalized, and exploited, but also reached to a point where Burma is forced to pose a question: are Dalits not human beings? Dalits were looked down upon by the nuns to such an extent that they were being compared to cobras and were dehumanized by being referred to as mere creatures. Her struggle in the convent not only dealt with discriminating Dalits, but even being a chameleon was frowned upon. Through Burma's life, we come to know that being discriminated as a Dalit is one thing, and being discriminated as a Dalit woman steps further down the ladder. Throughout the novel, Burma explains how Dalits are overexploited for labor and do not get paid as much as they deserve. This heartening part being, women who do the same work gets paid even lesser. The society pressurizes women in the community to remain suppressed, remain a step lower than men, and hence higher studies could bother the future of a woman, as she won't find a husband, as education would surely lead her to the higher pedestal. So as Arun Sharko sir also mentioned in his speech that women were being portrayed as helpless and cannot do anything without the stamp of a man. Same thing also happens in Kidderpore when women manage the whole village when there was a fight between Pariah men and Chalia men. She says women somehow managed on their own, even without the men's earnings. So her way out of all this humiliation derived from her Anna's words. Because we are born in the Pariah Jati, we are never given any honor or dignity with respect. We are stripped of all that. But if we study and make progress, we can throw away these indignities. So study with care and learn all you can. If you are always ahead in your lessons, people will come to you of their own accord and attach themselves to you. Work hard and learn. There began her plight for education. Although discrimination was highly prevalent in her school, she got respect due to her academic performance. During her higher studies, it was her educational background that gave her enough confidence to survive among those who practiced caste differentiation. And yet, caste discrimination did not seem to be easy to get rid of. In her village, school, college, job, and even in a place where people claim that everyone is the same in the eyes of God, marginalization remained as a common factor. Hence, education seemed like a temporary relief from the pain of humiliation. Educated women are bad enough, and educated pariah woman is the worst. This was said by one of her detractors, wrote to her after Karaku came out in 1992. This is taken out from Anushya Shivnarayan's personal interview with the author. Burma narrates not only hers, but the voice of Dalit community as a whole. Naturally, the language used is also in favor of the Dalit style of language. The translator finds it challenging to retrieve the real colloquial dialect used by Burma. As explained by Raji Narasimhan, dialect is difficult to reproduce in any language. Burma's refusal to stick to the formal use of Tamil poses difficulties for the translator, which makes us rethink about the limitations of literature and translation. Lakshmi Holmstrom comments on this resistant language as she uses a Dalit style of language which overturns the decorum and aesthetics of received upper class and upper caste Tamil. She breaks the rules of written grammar and spelling throughout.
elides words and joins them differently, demanding a new and different pattern of reading. When she translates the same scenarios of the autobiography into the English version, it disintegrates emotional complexity and the linguistic dexterity carried by the original Tamil version. The first-hand experience of Burma, narrated by her in the Tamil original, when translated by Holmstrom, gets converted into a formal language used by an observer in order to narrate those experiences. She refines the harsh language used by Burma, which sprouted from the harsh situations of her life. For instance, they who have been oppressed are now themselves like the double-edged karaku, challenging their oppressors. Translated by Holmstrom, seems to be a refined version of Burma's original expression in Tamil, which can be translated as now these people, the crushed, becoming like sharp double-edged karaku, slash and rip those who crush them. This is translated by S. Shankar. The word crushed, used by S. Shankar to describe the Dalits, is more apt to the original Marathi meaning of Dalit, broken or reduced to pieces. Perhaps it happens due to the lack of intimacy of the translator with the uh, particular incident as compared to the writer. The use of such a dialect indicates the sense of ownership of the writer's Dalit identity, which adds to the individuality of her community. According to Anushya Shivanarayanan, rather than reading Karaku as a Tamil novel translated into English, it would be more accurate to read it as a Tamil Dalit novel translated into literary Tamil than into English. English is the language of globalization. It is the lingua franca. Since English is the most widely accepted and known language, it helps in networking. The translators of Indian language works into English have a tendency to make the translation fluent to suit the target readership. It is the most common mode of communication that enables people to understand one another regardless of their cultural and ethnical backgrounds, which is why you and me sitting over here could understand the experiences of Burma. The only language that would connect you and me is English, even though we belong to the same country. Thus, it is a global language and it is the lingua franca. Karaku is on the literature syllabi of many colleges and universities across the world today. Many universities and colleges have used it as a textbook for different subjects such as marginal literature, literature in translation, autobiography, feminist literature, subaltern literature, and Dalit literature. Many students have used it as a research material for a number of different topics, exactly like how I'm doing now. Karaku is the child of Ambedkar centenary. Lakshmi Holmstrom also mentions in the introduction of the autobiography that it has gone hand in hand with political activism and with critical and ideological debate spurred on by such events as the Ambedkar centenary of 1994 and the furor following the Mandal Commission report. Burma herself mentions in an interview that the novel got more recognition because of getting published in this time period. She says, if Karaku were published in the 80s, it probably would not have drawn this level of attention. This factor also adds up to globalization on some level. As I mentioned before, English is the lingua franca. Hence, through Karaku, the Dalit condition would be familiarized to all those who speak those who speak and understand English, which we are aware would be the largest in number as compared to the speakers of any other language. Raji Narasimhan also says in her lecture that English translations wake you to the landscape and landmark writings of so many languages in our country. That's a pretty big job of networking that any Indian language cannot, but English is doing. Just for that reason, translation into English must go on. So I would like to conclude by saying that Karaku made the readers walk through the lanes traversed by a subaltern, and it makes people understand the situation of a Dalit, what all she or he faces just to be alive and live peacefully. It urges to liberate the Dalit community, and with the help of translation, her work transcended borders and socio-political circumstances, thus entering the realm of world literature. Thank you so much.
Open up the floor. So if anyone has any questions to any of the paper presenters, they may unmute themselves or they may write in the chat box. And I will be happy to pass on the questions to the paper presenters as well. Or they could unmute themselves and ask the questions to the presenters itself. Questions are invited.
Till students come in with their questions, I would like to make a comment on Ruby's paper. In fact, I would first like to thank all the paper presenters for coming up with very interesting presentations, very provocative, and I'm sure all the other students present here are feeling quite excited about coming across such novel ideas and thoughts, and their fellow students doing such good, I should say, research work in preparing these papers. To talk about Ruby's paper, this is a comment, not really a question. As you said, translation becomes a tool of empowerment because it makes a particular text go global. Translation is nothing but language. It is language which is a tool of empowerment. It breaks geographical boundaries and surmounts every possible hurdle on its way. There's one interesting thing that struck me while I was listening to you. Look, translation also becomes a tool of exercising power, in the sense, the power that is exercised by the translator, where the translator is refining the dialect, refining the Dalit voice, and evidently transforming through the act of translation, transforming the text to another text in a language which is a language of power. Yes, the translator is exercising power in the act of translation. Yes.
If I could just follow in the footsteps of SM ma'am. So a question, or I won't even say a question, I would rather say comments to the paper presented by Anushri Joshi and as well as Ruby. So what we find is that both the writings of Kamala Das as well as that of Bama, they are written in English. Okay, so the moment they write in English, do you think that this is what empowers these women authors, or their writings are as such, the way they put in words, the way they use language, that is what empowers them?
Sir, I believe that their language is harsh enough that it actually forces people to look onto their situations. But there are a huge number of people who wouldn't understand Tamil as such. So even though there is so I mentioned in my paper that the harshness that Bama uses in her original Tamil novel, it when we do the translation, it gets refined. So it doesn't look as harsh. It doesn't look as she's making a protest. So it's just a harsh observation. So when it gets translated by Lakshmi Holmstrom,
So the point is that Burma got the Dalit situation, the situation of the Dalits got a voice because of English, because many people would not understand Tamil language. So even though they're not particularly understanding the complete harshness of complete emotions of Burma, but they are getting to know the situation of Dalits, not necessarily in the same. Not necessarily the same emphasis as much as Burma is giving, but still they're getting a voice because of English.
Okay, and Anushri, if you would like to reply. Anushri, can you hear me? Okay, anyone else has anything to ask?
Arushkaru sir.
Yes, yes.
Hello.
Yes,
So
yes.
if I may just extend what you just said about using English,
Yes.
when Bama is using English for Karuku and for that matter other writers.
Sorry, would you please care to introduce yourself first? That is
Yes,
no.
my name. Yes, my name is Sheetal, and I'm a PhD scholar. And uh, the title of my thesis, in fact, my research work includes violence and nation and narratives of violence. Actually, so I was researching about the subaltern space as well as gendered space, and all of this is like part of my research. So just to extend the argument, sir, that you just made, and in fact, Ruby, I really like the way you summed up everything in so little time. It was really amazing. And just to add to that, translation, yes, a lot of it, like while we are translating a text, a lot is lost. But people like us who do not understand that regional language, we gain a lot out of it. But at the same time, so what you just said, that using English, I think when we are using English and being a subaltern or being in that Dalit space, being in that third space category, as Baba puts it, I think we are using a language of the colonizers, and it becomes a tool in our hands at that point, that we are using English in order to answer or in order to voice out our opinions, to make that space our own space that has been created because of the colonized world and that hybridity that Baba talks about. So I think it is actually encouraging us, and we are using the same tool that they used in order to colonize, in order to take away the language and the culture. So in order to gain back that space from moving on to colonization, and then when we are coming back so that we can decolonize and then move into the nation space again. So I think language here, English language, it plays a major role. And also it allows us to reach a mass audience at the same time.
I agree. I agree. I completely agree with you. But this is exactly the kind of answer that I was expecting. Uh, to talking about language, how language empowers people. Because in writing you have to go through language, and language,
Yes.
the language you choose is important, because
And
it decides the kind of audience that you can appeal to.
that also, because English is also a global language. Even like there are times, if I may just, there are some northeastern writers who write in their regional languages, and at the same time when they're writing in English, they're not translating their text, but they're trying to write in English so that they can reach a larger audience, in order to convey and have, just to make sure that the voice reaches a larger audience, so that people can just come and know that this was being done, and this is what needs to be done and undone at the same time. So when they're using English, in the academic circle itself, they question them that why are you not using your regional language, like Assamia or any other northeastern language? Why aren't they using that? And they have to actually justify the choice of English. So I think sometimes, although translation or writing in English, it is, we are gaining a lot out of it, but at the same time it feels a little like, as a student also and as an Indian citizen, I do feel a little bad that I do not understand the regional languages, and I do feel bad for the writers also, because why should a writer need to justify the use of a certain language when all they're trying to do is, and I think, yes, and at the same time, the content, because obviously Northeast is so removed from the mainland. So obviously they have to reach to the mainland as well as they have to represent themselves and on the global level as well. And it's kind of a violence. So I think that was what probably Ruby was trying to say, that that's how they are trying to reach the global level and trying to break those barriers of socio-political conditions.
Yes, ma'am, it's kind of like we are using the product of the colonizer against the colonizer. Like we are decolonizing using the same tool.
Yes.
Yes, exactly. And this is exactly why I wanted to ask Anushri, because you see that in Kamala Das is also using a same kind of a line in introduction, in the poem introduction, where she says that I write in English because it is as natural to me as cawing is to crows or roaring is to lambs. So English is the language that I write in. I cannot write in any other language. So she chooses quite consciously writing in English and not say in Hindi or Bangla or any other regional languages. Whereas in case of Obama, you find that she relies on translations to reach a larger audience. So language has always played a very important role, I think. So that is exactly what I wanted to talk about. And there is one question from my end to to Ranjana. Yes, Ranjana. It was firstly, it was a very good paper. I loved listening to you about it. So
Thank you, sir.
yes, I'm sorry. Just sorry. Okay, so do you find any such differences? I mean, when you're talking about Fun Home, I mean the authors, of course, when you're talking about Fun Home and Kari, Amrita Patil.
The difference, basically, first of all, there are a lot of cultural differences between the two. Firstly, Alison Bechdel is born and brought up in North America, while Amruta Patil is from India. Secondly, there is also a difference of time. When Amruta Patil was born and when Alison Bechdel was born, then there are certain differences and certain influences, I believe, that have influenced them. Alison Bechdel being a North American writer, a comic artist, she has been influenced, I believe, by a more by Western comic artists. But Amruta Patil, she has had a lot of influences from both Western as well as Indian writers, such as River of Stories by I forgot his name, but the comic book, the graphic novel River of Stories, that has been written, and that has been an immense, a seminal work in Indian graphic novels. And then there were Amar Chitra Katha, and that was such a stereotypical, that had a very stereotypical representation of women, as well as other social issues that plagued the society at that point of time. So from there, Amruta Patil completely took a different path and presented to us something we have never seen before. First of all, Kari is a queer woman, and I don't think we have ever had a queer protagonist in this particular genre. So, and then she works with different mixed media. She was talking about influences of Mughal art, miniature paintings in one of her interviews with Paul Garrett. So there are a lot of differences in the influences that both of these writers have had in their lives.
I'm satisfied. I'm very much satisfied with your answer. I exactly wanted to listen about these influences that had offered. Okay, so Anyone else wants to ask anything? I've asked my
Ranjana, I would I really appreciate the way you took the genre of graphic novel, and my question is for you. It was a wonderful paper, first of all. But I want to ask you something. What do you think about the use of graphic novels to talk about such deep and problematic issues as queer politics and queer theories and gender issues? What do you think? Does it aid the writer in any way, the format of the graphic novel?
Yes, ma'am. Because absolutely, because the element of humor, the very element of humor, makes people like if a particular piece is extremely serious and it's very sometimes it's very difficult to take. Books such as Heart of Darkness and even Mouse being a seminal work about Holocaust literature, where Art Spiegelman says that like his work lacks certain amount of hubris, because there are people who say that how can there be Holocaust literature? Like Holocaust itself is such a horrific event in the history of human civilization that there can be absolutely no literature about it. So there in Art Spiegelman's work, there is a lack of this hubris in his work. He says that if there can be no literature, no writing about Holocaust, then there might be comic strips. So similarly, in this way, the author can make someone engage into the social issues that you just talked about in a very humorous manner, which makes one think. And it's also necessary to understand that comic books or graphic novels are not necessarily completely about something funny. It can represent something which is extremely serious, such as closeted homosexuals, such as the constant questioning that a queer Indian has to face in the country. And in such troubled times where the LGBTQIA community is facing in India, I believe this work is something that brings to its reader something very new and something very novel, which makes one think. And it's also very fun to work with these books.
I am sure. I'm a great fan of those. So I completely understand where you're coming from. And River of Stories is by Arijit Singh.
So yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ranjana.
Thank you, ma'am, for your question.
Okay, I think so. With this, we come to the end of our session. So we will congratulate each of the presenters that were present today, and we hope that all of you will be present in tomorrow's session. We start again tomorrow. So everyone, have a good day.
Thank you, everyone. We'll meet you tomorrow again. Thank you. Looking forward to it.
Yes, we will meet then tomorrow. For now, goodbye.
Bye.
Stay safe.